Welcome to the JavaScript Introduction for Dynamic and Interactive Web Pages. My name is Laurence. I'm going to be your instructor for this course. I come to you with many years of web development experience. I really enjoy working with JavaScript. I'm going to be sharing my knowledge with coding JavaScript in the upcoming lessons with you. This is going to be a unique course where we're going to be showing you how you can write JavaScript code, covering all the fundamental core basics of JavaScript, and also how you can interact with your web page content using your code. Learn how to make your HTML and CSS come to life. In the upcoming lessons, I'm going to be demonstrating to you how you can write code and how you can make things happen with JavaScript. JavaScript holds the key to selecting page elements, making updates to page elements, and manipulating those elements, all using code. We're going to be interacting with the document object model, or the DOM. The document object model is a model of all the HTML code created by your browser, and we can use JavaScript code in order to interact with those page elements. Can connect to them by selecting the page elements from the document and then making updates to those elements using JavaScript code. See how easy it is to dynamically change and make your web page elements interactive. Explore what you can do with JavaScript. This section is going to be covering a full setup and introduction to JavaScript coding, how you can get set up with the code, set up your developer environment, and start coding, bringing JavaScript into your HTML files, covering variables, how they work, how you can create variables, how you can create functions to run blocks of code, also arrays and objects, different array methods, and how you can manipulate content contained within the array, how you can apply logic with conditions, and creating loops to run blocks of code multiple times. I've got some interesting challenges and exercises coming up in the upcoming lessons. One of the best ways to learn is to try the code out for yourself. A prerequisite to this course is knowledge of HTML and CSS, as we are going to be focusing on JavaScript and what it can do within your web pages. Source code is included a lesson guide, a PDF lesson guide that you can download and make use of as you go through the lessons. It's going to include resources, tips, source code, and additional information to help you learn more about JavaScript. So I know you're excited to get started, so let's jump right in and start coding and making things happen within our web pages. This lesson is going to be a quick introduction to getting set up and getting ready to write the code. I'm going to be showing you the editor that I'm using, as well as the developer tools that we're going to be using in order to interact with the code, and then how you can run your HTML file directly from your computer in the browser, and as well some of the extensions that I use in the Visual Studio Code in order to create my local developer environment. And as we progress through the lessons, I'm going to have the editor opened on the left-hand side, the browser window on the right, and the developer tools in the bottom right side, in order to see the JavaScript in action as the code gets updated. As we are going to be writing code, we are going to need some tools in order to write that code, and one of them is going to be an editor, and that's going to be the source where we can create the files on our computer that we can render in the browser. The editor that I'm using in the lessons is the Visual Studio Code. You don't have to use Visual Studio Code. You can use any editor that you're comfortable with. Visual Studio Code is an option. It's free. It's open source, available at code.visualstudio. The second tool that you're going to need, and more than likely you already have this on your computer, and this is going to be a browser. The browser that I'm using is Chrome. You can use any browser to render out the code that you're writing within the editor, so HTML files will render in any browser. Chrome does come with developer tools, and I am going to be making use of the developer tools as we go through the lessons in order to interact with, debug, and see the JavaScript code. There's more information available about the developer tools over at developer.chrome.com/docs/dev-tools. This is a built-in web developer tool that comes with every browser, and you can open them up by going up to the top of your browser. There's three dots. Clicking that, and under More Tools, select Developer Tools. Clicking that, or the shortcut, you can open up the Developer Tools console. And by default, the window is going to be docked on the right-hand side. You can change the docking position. The lessons, I am going to be docking it to the bottom I'm going to make this window larger so that we can see the code as it's being written within the developer tools. Be interacting mainly with the console tab, which allows us to write JavaScript code directly within the browser. You can try it out by writing alert, and then within the alert, quote around some text, press enter. And what that does is that runs the JavaScript code directly within the browser, and you can see the results from the code being written. There's also the Elements tab, which will give us all of the HTML elements, and then we can inspect them directly within the developer tools. In order to run your files, you can open them up from where they are located on your computer and then drag them into the browser or select open from the browser, and that's going to run the HTML file directly within the browser without having to upload the HTML files to a web server. So you can develop these locally, even without an internet connection. It will run all of the files directly within the browser. In the lessons, I am going to have the editor opened on the left-hand side and the browser on the right-hand side. You can start by opening up your editor and creating a file called index.html, and this will serve as our starting point where we're going to connect the JavaScript into this HTML file. Once you've created it, set the typical HTML tags, specify the doc type, the opening and closing HTML tags, the head, give it a title, and then opening and closing body. And then in the next lesson, I'll show you how you can bring JavaScript into the HTML. JavaScript runs in the browser, gets rendered out within the browser. So if you do have JavaScript code running within your HTML file, the browser will render that out directly from the HTML file. Also, HTML elements can be accessed using JavaScript, and that's where we're going to be interacting with the page elements, connecting to the developer tools, and interacting with the content of the page. So once you've set up your HTML file, you're going to be ready to add JavaScript and make things happen. There's also an optional add-on that you can run the code simulating as it would be running within the HTTP protocol. So that's the regular protocol that websites use. And so this can actually simulate the code running directly within a server as opposed to using the file protocol, which is the path on your computer to the file. And the way to do this, and it's available within the Visual Studio Code, is going into the top menu under the Preferences, select Extensions, and I'm using an extension called Live Server. And the benefit of Live Server is that it allows us to directly see the changes within the file as I save them. This is a way to run a local development environment directly within the browser. There's more information about the Live Server on their website. There's a lot of downloads and installs of this extension within Visual Studio Code. So that's how I'm able to have dynamic pages whenever I make a change to the page. Just to type some code into the HTML, it would directly, as soon as I save it, render it. And this is going to be a benefit as I'm providing the lesson of the code being written in the editor. We can see the results right away rendered out within the browser. Again, is optional. You don't have to include that. So before the next lesson, make sure that you're set up with your editor, your browser open, and you're going to be ready to make things happen with JavaScript. There's several ways to bring JavaScript into your web page. If you open up a JS file directly within the browser, all you're going to see is that you get a text rendering of the source code that you've got within the JS file. So the JS file itself will not run within the browser, and that's why we need to wrap it within the HTML, because it's the HTML page that makes the magic happen with the browser reading the HTML file contents. And then when it encounters the JavaScript, it interprets the code and renders it out onto the page. 3 different ways to add JavaScript. So one is going to be an inline JavaScript handler. So that's an attribute inside the element. The second way that we're going to be looking at is adding it as an internal within the page using the script tags, opening and closing script tags, and then adding the JavaScript code. Third and suggested way to add JavaScript within your web projects is to link to a separate JS file and have all of your JavaScript code within the one place that you can easily edit, update, and debug as needed. Now that we've created our HTML file, we're ready to add some JavaScript directly within the file. The browser will render out an HTML file. It won't render out a JS or a JavaScript file directly. It will just output the contents of it. So we do need to wrap it within an HTML file in order for it to run. There are a couple ways to bring HTML and JavaScript together, and one of them is using the script tags. Where we open and close the script tags, the contents inside is where the JavaScript is going to get rendered. There's some JavaScript code. So go ahead and select the document, and I'm going to be covering this in more detail as we go through the upcoming lessons. So this is an object that we can select, and this is what's built by the browser and essentially provides us that connection from our code to the browser in order to interact and manipulate the browser content. It has a method, which is a block of code that's a predefined block of code that's expecting parameters that allows it to run. So it knows what to do. The document object knows what to do with this command, which is write, telling the browser to write some content directly within the web page that's not within the HTML. And within that content, add in a phrase that's wrapped with quotes. In this case, we're going to be typing hello world. What happens is that the JavaScript code now has written hello world into the web page as content. Let's update the code, and I'll also wrap the first hello world within the div tags so that when we're outputting it on the page, we can distinguish between the two hello worlds. Within the dev tools, under the elements, you can now select the element hello world. The text hello world 2 is directly written right after the script tag. So that means that when the browser encountered the HTML file, it started at the top, rendering out the content, added in the title into the tab. It output the hello world 1 onto the page. Then it came across the JavaScript. It interpreted the JavaScript code. It read the command that said for the write this content into the document, and that's where it output the hello world 2 directly after the script tags. This is how we can use JavaScript in order to interact with the content within the HTML. We can also link to an external JavaScript file. So this is a file with an extension of JS where we write the JavaScript code into. And the benefit of doing it this way is that the JavaScript file can then be linked to from multiple HTML files, and we can have the same code running on multiple HTML files with just one JS file. Let's try it out and create a new file. I'm going to copy the same code that I had where I've got the document write hello world, add that into the JavaScript file. Notice that we don't have to include any HTML, as this is going to be a JS file and it's going to get rendered directly from the HTML. Save that file within the same folder directory as we have our HTML file. And I'm going to save it as a file called app.js and update this to say hello world 3. Next, we want to bring it into the JavaScript code in order to render it out on the page, because the app.js by itself, if we were to open up that file in the browser, we would just see the text output of the JavaScript file. So the JavaScript doesn't actually get rendered, and there's also no document object within the JS file. So that's only done by the browser using an HTML file. So nothing will happen if we open the JS file directly. And that's why it needs to be included within an HTML file. So we saw how we can bring it into an internal JavaScript, also link to this file, setting it up as a source file. And because this is going to be within the same directory, I'm just linking to it using the file name. You would have to locate it to where it's located in relation to the HTML file. You can also link to absolute paths, which would be the path where it's located on the internet, and bring that into your HTML file that way. So once we save this, what happens is that now we've got the hello world being rendered out after the HTML file code in the browser is read, and it reads the next line, which is the script source file. It goes over to app.js, and it will run through all of the code located within the file. So that means that if we rendered out multiple lines of code, they would all be added as the browser runs through the app.js file and outputs the contents from that file into the web page. It's a little bit hard to read because we don't have the same structure as we do with the HTML where we wrapped it within a div. If we add HTML, it will render it out with the HTML as it writes it to the page. So it renders it out as HTML code directly within the browser, and that's where we get the hello world with the line break. So we can also wrap this code with a div and a closing div, and it should render out the div as it did within the HTML code directly. So let's go ahead and we're going to apply the div to the other code that we have in the page that's being done by JavaScript. And now we get this rendered within the same format, and to the web user coming into the page, they won't be able to distinguish between the first hello world, the second hello world, and the other three hello worlds. And that's because JavaScript has now been used in order to update the web page content. There's also ways to add JavaScript inline within your HTML, but this is not considered good practice. So I'll just give you a quick example of how we would do this, where we would line it within the attribute, and we could use an attribute like onClick. This is going to launch the alert method, and this is going to run the JavaScript code that's contained within the brackets of the onClick attribute. So now when I click it, it runs the JavaScript code. The downside of inline JavaScript handlers is that it's difficult to find. If you've got a lot of HTML code, it's difficult to update and read, whereas if we've got it all contained within a separate external JS file, this code is a lot easier to access, interact with, and update. So that's why best practices with JavaScript are to write it as a separate JS file, HTML page. You can also include it directly within the page if the need is there. And because JavaScript is an interpreted programming language, that means that it's interpreted and the code runs from top to bottom, and it's returned immediately the results. So that's where within the JS file, as we render the code and each line of code gets read by the browser, the output is immediately generated within the same order as we're presenting it within the JavaScript file. JavaScript is also client-side code, so it runs directly within the user's computer as opposed to server-side code, which would be running on the server. And this was an example of how JavaScript is dynamic and it has the ability to update the web page contents by directly accessing the browser API and manipulating the HTML elements and adding content to the page. This lesson is going to be covering how we can write better JavaScript code with additional information that we can contain within the code, how we can use the white space in order to provide indentation and to make the code more readable, also how we can apply commenting to add context into the code that we're writing, how we can create an alert and a prompt to interact with the user. In addition, we're also going to be looking at the options for writing into the console, how we can output content into the console from our JavaScript application, and this is going to be useful for debugging, which we're going to make use of in the upcoming lessons. Open up the editor and go over to the JavaScript file, and within the JavaScript file, this is where we're going to update and add in some content. So using what we had learned in the earlier lesson, that we can use document write in order to create some type of output message into the web page. Let's go ahead and add that line of code. There's our output message that we're creating. When you are writing JavaScript code, you can use your white space within the code in order to create indentation to make the code more readable. And when you have code within the curly brackets, that's running a block of code, and there is a number of different syntax that we're going to be using in the upcoming lessons that is going to use this type of syntax in order to separate the code into blocks. It makes the code a lot more human readable when you do the indentations running the different blocks of code. Also, white space. To structure your content, you can include white space within the code. This will still output it normally. Adding in white space into your JavaScript code within the statements can allow you to structure and also make your code more readable. So in this case, we did add in the white space. It didn't affect the output message, but it made it more difficult to read. So use the white space just as you do with the indentation in order to make the code readable. Also, when you are writing code, you can apply comments within the code. That's by doing the 2 forward slashes. This is how you can add in a comment into the code. Comments can serve as a way to provide more context to the code you're writing, and these won't show up for the user, and they're strictly to be used within the JS file within the JavaScript code in order to better understand and to be able to better read through the code that's being presented within the file. I'm going to update the word wrap, and this is just an editor feature so that it will wrap the content within the visible space of the editor. And as I can expand it, it will wrap once the line is larger than what we have for the visible area within the web editor. This can make your code more readable as well when you've got it opened in the editor. Try to keep the statements of the code short enough that they do fit within a normal reading viewable area. And if you do have multiple lines, then you can update that code using the spacing. So once again, the code is a lot easier to read and understand. If you want to block out statements, you can also use the commenting. If you want to block out that last message and you don't want this line of code to run, you can comment it out. That will stop it from being output onto the page. You can still have it within your file in case you need it at a later point. You can also comment out blocks of code, so multiple lines with the forward slash, the asterisk, and then breaking back into the code, use the asterisk and the forward slash. Once you close off the multi-line comment, the code will execute from there. Comment out a whole block of code that you don't want to run. Use the multiple line commenting for multiple line statements in your application. A lot of times with the open source code, multi-line commenting is used in order to indicate additional information about the code that's contained within the file. So use commenting and spacing in order to make the code more readable. Create code within a separate JS file from your HTML and then link to the JS file from your HTML file in order to bring it in. You can use the console object, which provides access to the browser's debugging console. So that's the console that we've opened up in the Dev Tools under the tab Console, and we can write to that console using JavaScript code. And in order to do that, request the web console object, and then we need to provide a method that we want to run from the console object. The console object can be accessed as a global object, so it's available within the window scope and allows us to interact with the browser's console. Typically, we would use the console log to output content into the console, the bottom part where we've got the dev tools open. This information doesn't affect the output on the web page. It's used for debugging and communicating with the JavaScript code into the developer console area. There are a number of different console methods that are available, and you can use these in order to trigger information. You can use the console log to typically log out content, general outputting of information. There's the console error, where you can output an error message. There's also a console info, where you could output information. There's a console warn, which will provide a warning message that's presented within the browser as yellow with the exclamation mark. The error is red with the red X. You can clear the console content and then add in a new line. As the browser was running through the JavaScript code, it encountered all of these console messages, output them in the console, and when it came across the console clear, it cleared the content in the console and then continued to the next line of code, which was outputting another message into the console log. We are going to be using the console throughout the upcoming lessons in order to communicate our JavaScript content and see it output within the browser. There's another global method that we did touch upon in one of the earlier lessons, and that was running the alert. And the alert box provides a way to have this pop-up message render out within the web page, and this one is visible to the users. The web page won't continue to render out until an action is taken on the alert. So if we click OK, that will complete the alert object. If we place the alert at the top of our JavaScript code, notice that the JavaScript code stops running at the point where we've got the alert, and we don't have any of the console content. We don't even have the output message within the web page. And until we hit OK, and at that point it will continue and run through the code. Alert can be also written selecting the window object, and that's going to be the entire parent that's available within the browser. The document object is actually going to be contained within the window object. And we're going to look at this in a little bit more detail in the upcoming lessons. If we don't specify that the alert is a window object, by default, JavaScript will revert to accepting that method as part of the window object. So that's why invoke that function without having to specify the window object. There's also a prompt, which is another way to have a pop-up message, but this one is going to provide an input as well as a response back. So let me comment out the hello alert. I have to hit OK, and then we can run through the code. The prompt is going to have a question that says, how are you, which is coming from the value that we've got within the parameters of the prompt. We hit either OK or cancel. That will conclude the prompt. The prompt did have a response back. In order to capture that, we can use a variable. In the upcoming lesson, we're going to talk more about variables, be a way that we can capture the value of the prompt and then return that back as a variable that we can then use within the JavaScript code. And I'm going to remove the clear, type in good into the prompt, and we see that we did get the response captured within the res value. That was the response back from the information that we put into the prompt. Now that we've got it within a variable, we can actually make use of it, write it into the web page. So if we were to ask the person's name instead of how are you, that way we could capture the value that's entered into the input and return that back into the JavaScript code where we can make use of it within that code. Let's do a quick update of the code. And as we go through the upcoming lessons, we're going to look at different ways how we can get input values and then use them within our code. So before you move on to the next lesson, go ahead and try it out. Try out adding in comments into your JavaScript file, multi-line comments and single-line comments. Check out what you can do with the console messages. Output some interesting messages into the console, and then try the alert and the prompt. Take the prompt value, output into the console, and also output into the document write, and you're going to be ready to move on to the next lesson. Declaring variables and how variables work. So we've got two ways to declare a variable. We can use let or we can use const. Let allows us to reassign the value to the variable. Const only allows us to assign the value one time, and we can't change it within the code. There's a number of ways to create strings, either using the single quote, the double quote, or the backticks. And the backticks provide you a way to create and bring JavaScript in a much neater format into your string resulting value. We're going to be outputting the content into the console, as well as writing into the document object, discussing the differences between the variables and how scope works with let and const, and a whole lot more. That's all coming up. I've created a brand new JS file, called it app1.js, updated the index.html now to link to the new JavaScript file, and this is where we're going to be running and creating our variables. So variables provide us one of the most basic coding concepts. In the past, we were using the document write, and then we were outputting a value within the parameters of the document write. And when you have a lot of code, and if you need to change this value, you don't want to be changing the syntax where you're writing. You always want to be able to write out to the code, but you want to be able to change and update the value that you're outputting. And this is where you can use variables, because variables allow you to set values, and they also allow you to change values throughout your code as the code runs, applying different logic and functions to that code. There's two ways to set a variable. You can use let, and let allows you to declare the variable and then assign a new value to update the variable that you're outputting. The two types of variable data types that we're going to be looking at in this lesson are going to be strings as well as number values. So let's create a couple variables, and the first one is going to be a string with my name, and the second one is just going to be a number, and the number is going to be 10. So in order to output content, I want to output the result that we have within the variable A. So that outputs that content directly. If I want to have a value that I can change, and I want to assign to val the variable value of A and keep constant that I'm outputting whatever I've got for the variable value of val, then I can easily within the variables update the current container value. So if, for instance, within the code and the logic that I'm applying changes the output of the string value, and I'm going to output hello world instead of my name, that can be done within the code, and the functionality part of the application we can keep the same because all we've done is updated the variable values. So values in variables are designed to be interacted with. You can also set values that don't change. A variable called my name to set to my name, and I don't want to be able to change my name, I would use the variable keyword to assign to declare the variable of const. Try that out and output into the console the value of my name. And now we've got the value being output into the console. And then within the code, I have an option to change the my name to another value, and that's going to update it. But if I set this and if I declare the variable my name using const, it's going to throw an error whenever in the code we're trying to assign a new value. So that's a way to protect the values that you're setting within your code so you don't accidentally update them when you want this name and this value to stay the same, to stay constant. So this is how you can use the let and const in order to update, declare variables, and then use the variables within the context of your application. Also, when you are creating variables, there's a scope to variables, and we can create scope by using the curly brackets. And if we want to get and return back whatever we have for the value of b, within this current scope, it's going to look for a value of b. If it does not find the value of b being declared within this current scope, it will go to the parent scope. The parent scope is the one that contains the current scope. So it just goes up one level. Within the scope, you can also set variables. So in this case, I'm going to set the value of b to be 1000. And it's not going to throw an error because the value of b is here. It's contained only within this scope. And the initial scope, even though this line of code is going to run afterwards, we're still returning back the value within this scope of the variable that we've assigned a value for b. So when you are declaring variables, you can use them within the scope that they're declared, and you can also access the variables from the parent scope and use those variables throughout your code. Earlier versions of JavaScript only had the one way to declare variables, and that was using var. For variables, you can't have the same name, so they do need to be unique names for the variables when you're declaring it. So earlier versions of JavaScript, we did use var. And with modern JavaScript coding, we've got an option for let and const. And the main difference between var and let is the scope that it's going to be declared within. So if we were to declare a variable var, what we have for the variable name of c, and we're accessing and setting it within this scope, we're still able to access it outside of the scope. Whereas with let, if we try to access the variable d outside of the scope that it was declared, we're going to throw an error. And by limiting the scope, this is going to create better coding options and avoid errors within our code. Avoid using var. If we're outputting a value, we can write JavaScript code. If we had math in JavaScript, the result would be that we're just outputting whatever the returned value is. And we can see the same thing when we go into the console and we write some math, we get a returned value of 19. And that's the same result that we have being output within the web page under the document write. So we can take these values and instead of setting a value within the val, write the math and still output the resulting value that's being returned back of 19. And if we want to make this really dynamic, we can set and declare a bunch of variables that then we can use within the code and I'm going to set them all as numbers. And then here, instead of having the numbers, we can set the variable names, and we're still able to add them all together as their numbers and then output the result into the page. I'll also output the result into the console to clear the console content before we output the result of val. We can use either the single quotes or the double quotes, both going to be setting string values. And the way that you set the string is depending on your preference as a developer. You'll find that some developers use the double quotes for strings, whereas others will use the single quotes. I do tend to use the single quotes as I am doing recordings, and it's easier to read within the screen, but this is optional how you would set the values. If you want to include double quotes, or within the double quotes, the single quotes, you can do that as well. And I'm going to update the value of val string 1 and add it to my string 2. And the result will be both of those words are going to be output on the page. You'll find that it doesn't automatically add the spacing between them, as now this is one string and it's simply combining both of these strings together where they're ending. And that's going to be whatever value we've got contained within the quotes. So in order to get the spacing as we're outputting, we have to add that in as a new string value, or we could create a string that creates the space value, and that will apply the spacing between the words. If you want to output a single quote, but have that within the single quote string declaration, you can do that as well. If you just have the one string, that's going to end up breaking out of the string, and JavaScript's not going to know what to do with the value of s. So that's where you would use the backslash, and that will allow you to include the single quote within the string value. And the same is for the double quotes. So if you wanted to use the double quote, you would have to use the backslash and then output the double quote, which would allow you to output the string value into the page. There's also another way to create a string, and these are using the template literals. So this is the backticks that we have, and this is to the left of most keyboards. And with these, we can use both the double and the single quotes directly within the statement, and then add it together the same way as we added the two other string values together, and we can output the resulting values without having to break out of the backslash for the single or for the double quotes. And this is going to provide a much neater way to output the content. Also with the template literals, and that's once again wrapping it with the backticks, you have an option to bring in JavaScript without having to break out of the backticks. You can as well output content on multiple lines, and with the template literals, we can add in a new line. It's still going to output it, and it's still going to render the white space the same as we see it being, because this is directly going within the HTML, and the HTML simply renders out the white space just as one space. So it actually doesn't matter how many spaces you have, it will revert it back only to output it with the one space, whereas within the console, you're going to see all of the spaces being represented. If you try this within the double quotes or the single quotes, you're actually going to throw an error because the output doesn't recognize the next line. It's going to break the statement and throw an error. So you can't do that within the regular strings if you want to output to a new line, whereas you can with the template literals. In addition, if you do have all of the white space within the string values, you'll have the space in the console, whereas within the HTML, it's not going to get rendered. So the spacing is okay, but if you're going to a new line, it's not going to work. The template literals values, and you can do JavaScript without breaking out of the quotes. And we want to have a value of 4 plus 5 plus 10. We can get the JavaScript to compute the result by wrapping it with the curly brackets and the $sign. So this isn't going to actually break out of the content from the template literal to be what we've got for the template literal. So outputting the result, this is where we can create the calculation and bring the JavaScript code without breaking out of the backticks. And here you can as well populate this with the values and the variable values in order to output the result. And this is going to provide you a cleaner way to write the code, outputting the resulting value into the variable. You can also use the template literals, and where we have this example, this can really clean up the way that we're writing the code by outputting it and not having to break out of the template literal. And this is where we can also provide the spacing that we want within the string output so that it becomes more readable. And you'll see that developers will still be using this way to create strings, but with the template literals, it provides a cleaner way to write your code and output the string values. So go ahead and try it out. Create some numbers, create some strings, output the strings into the console, and output the numbers into the console and the results into the console. Also using document write, you can write it into your web page, and you're going to be ready to move on to the next lesson. So listen, we're going to be looking at JavaScript and how we can convert to different data types. We're also going to be looking at the data type of undefined, null, booleans, as well as strings and numbers, how we can convert a string into a number, how we can convert a number into a string, how we can get a number out of a string, and then how we can add them all together and find out what data type those values are from the variable. Create a new JS file and link it to your index. And let's create some variables. So the first one that we're going to create is a string. And the string, we're going to use the single quotes value. And the string can just contain my name. The second one we'll create, and this is going to be a number. And the number is just going to be declared as a number value. You can also declare variables. You don't have to use them. You can declare them. So if we want to have a variable that has a variable value of a, we can just declare the variable and we don't have to assign a value to it. We can also declare multiple variables together by comma separating them out. And now these variables are declared, but we're not assigning any values to them yet. Within the console, we'll output the result for val. And also within the document, we're going to write the result of val using the document write and val. Now let's set a value for the variable val. So we'll declare val and save that. When we declare a variable but we don't assign a value to it, it comes back as undefined. There are different data types within JavaScript, and in order to find out what the data type is, you can use the method operator called type of. So that's using type of and then specifying the value that we want to check the type of. You can wrap that within the rounded brackets and outputting the value of val as whatever type is being returned back. When we do a type of undefined, the result is going to be that the type is undefined. If we do a type of for the string, it's going to return back a string value. If we do a type of for the number, that's going to return back a number value. JavaScript does allow us to convert to different data types. So it doesn't matter even if we've set a data type, we can reassign a new value. So a string can become a number can become a string, and so on. So that will change the data type that's being output. So now for the mynum, our output result is going to be that this is a string. And if we look at strings and we add content together, so if we have a couple numbers where we've got a value of b is 5, the value of c is 10, if we take those values, bring them together as the result for val, we'll have b plus c, and we get the resulting value of the math because these are two numbers that are being added together. Now what happens if we have a value of d, and this is going to be a string value of 20, and then we try to add it together to the b plus c plus d, we're going to end up with the result of 1,520, or 15 plus 20, because this is going to be a string converted into a string when we're adding it together to another string. So JavaScript is going to convert the result of b plus c and then add it to d, whereas d is already a string, so it's going to convert them both into strings. If we place the d first, so that's going to be a string value, the result is that b is going to be converted into a string, and the result of c is going to be converted into a string, and that's where we get this number that we might not have been expecting because we were expecting that we could add all of those together. If we have a value that is going to be a number, and then we add a string to it, the result is going to be that number plus the string. If we add another number to the string, the result is going to be the same. So JavaScript will take a value, and if it has a string in there, it will convert it into a string value. Also use different methods. So if you want to convert a number into a string into a number, if you wrap it with the syntax number, that's going to result that turning D into a number, and when we output the data type of D, the result now is going to be that the result is going to be a number that we're outputting. There are a few other data types that we can set. So for D, we can assign a value of null, and null is going to return back a data type as an object. Null is different than undefined because undefined is not a value that we would assign to a variable. That means that we've declared the variable, but we haven't assigned a value to it. And best practice is not to use the data type undefined and assigning a value to the variable. And you can use null. So null means that this variable has been declared and there has a value assigned to it, but the value is null. There's also Boolean values that we can set, and Booleans can either be true or false, and they allow us to apply logic within our applications. And the resulting data type for true is going to be Boolean, as well as it can be false, and that will also be Boolean. These values don't get wrapped with any quotes, and they are being held on their own so that we can distinguish the different data types. The only ones that do get quotes around them, then they're all going to be string values. We can convert a number into a string, so we can take the value of C, and using the method toString, we'll convert it into a string value. So that's going to be resulting to converting the resulting value of C, which was originally a number, and converting it to a string. So now it's going to be returning back as a string value. There's also a method, and this is a number method where we can take a value of a string and we can convert it into a number. So we're going to take the value of D, and using the new string value of D, or we'll set a value that's going to be a string value. So take the value of A, set a string value of 1000x, and we want to return back the value of D, and this is where we can use the method parse integer to convert the resulting value of A into a number. And now when we output A, this is going to be resulting as 1000x because that value still stays the same, but the result of D is going to be 1000. So what parse integer does is it takes a string value and extracts out the first characters until it's no longer a number, and then it's going to result in converting it into a number. So that's taking the string and it sees that it's got the 1000. If we were to move up the value of the characters and have an A in there, the resulting value for D will now be 10 because we're only able to extract out to 10. Once it reaches the A within the string, that's no longer going to be a number, and that's where it results when we do the parse integer to extract out that part of the value that it can convert into a number. So unlike other programming languages, whenever we have a variable value, we can change the type, and the type will dynamically change as we set the different values within our code. And this is also something to watch out for when you do have different data types and you're adding them together. The results might not be what you're expecting. So you have to be careful when you do have different data types to make sure that they are the same data type if you are trying to add numbers together. It's going to be a quick lesson on the rules for naming the variable identifiers. And we're going to run through some of the rules and best practices for creating names for variables. Create a new file called app3.js, and we're going to create some variables. In the past, we've seen that we're creating variables and we're using different names. So there are some naming rules when it comes to setting variables. So they do have to either start with a character, a $, or an underscore. So an underscore. You can also start them with a $. You can use them just regular character values. And the only thing that they can't start with are numbers. If they start with a number, it's going to throw an error and it's going to return back that it's in an invalid token. So those are the 3 starting characters for strings. Also strings for variables. Also variables are case sensitive. So test lowercase, test uppercase are going to be 2 separate values. When you do have multiple words, we use camel case, as we can't use spaces within the variable name. And what I mean by camel case is that every word that we would have as a separate word, in order to bring them together, we keep them as uppercase so that when we are reading them, it's easier to identify what the name of the variable is. They can contain numbers as well as the underscore, as well as the $, and of course other letters. They also can't be the same as a reserved word. So setting a variable as let is just not a good idea, as you're going to see that it's going to throw an error in most cases, and in some cases when you do use a reserved word, it might not throw an error, but it could create some issues down the line when you are running your code. So try to stay away from commonly used words that might be used within the JavaScript code and that are reserved from JavaScript. Try to provide meaning to your variable names. So in this case, we don't have a lot of meaning, and when we encounter these variable names within the code, they're not going to really make a whole lot of sense. So that's why we use more meaningful names and try to keep it as semantic and meaningful as possible. So if we want to have one that was just creating the output, and this is the value that we're outputting into the console, we would create a more meaningful name for the variable. So that way when we do encounter it within the code, we can understand what the meaning of it is. So for instance, if we want to create a full name, which we can do a combination of the first name, as well as if we had the last name. So the $, test underscore doesn't give us a lot of context as to what that variable value is that's contained in there. So that's why typically for something like this, give it a more meaningful name, and you could just reassign whatever we've got for the value of test. So that way when we do encounter it and we do want to use the variable, we can use it by that name. And it is worthwhile to put time into having good naming convention for your variables, as when your code gets large, it's going to make your code more readable. How we can hold multiple values within a variable, so that's using arrays and objects. We can also use combinations of arrays within objects, objects within arrays, arrays within an arrays. We can select the matching value, and as we select the matching value, we can also assign values using the index. Select the values that are contained within the objects using either the bracket notation or the dot notation, selecting the values that are associated with the property name, and then returning back those values. Update and set new values within the object by assigning the property to a new assigned value. Both arrays and objects allow us to assign multiple values to the same variable. So let's create an array, and then we'll also create an object. The array is going to be represented by the square brackets. The object is represented by the curly brackets. You can use const in order to set both arrays and objects, and we can still update the contents that are contained within here, because unlike the strings and numbers, these are going to be representing a memory location. An array can contain multiple different data types, so we can have strings, can have numbers, booleans, have null, other arrays within the array. And then these as well can contain different data type values. In order to retrieve values out of the array, we need to specify it using the index value of the value that we want to return. Let's set up another variable. We'll call it val, and this is going to be outputting the value of the array. First, we'll output the value of the array into the console, and then we'll also output the value of the array and write it into the document. So the result is within the console, we get a structure for the array that we can open up, and the items within the array are numbered starting at 0, and this is how we can identify the value that we want to make use of. So the first value is going to have an index value of 0, and if we want to return back the result of 1, we need to select it by its index value. The output will automatically be converted into a string whenever it encounters the HTML, and it will output the entire array altogether. For null, it just skips that item and doesn't output anything because the result for null is nothing. There's nothing that gets output for null. So if we want to select a particular item within the array, we use its index value. And in this case, if we want to return back the result of 1, that has an index value of 0. So selecting it by its index value, we get the resulting value being returned. We can also select other values. So let's select null, and we'll return the value of null, output into the console. And as well, when we output null directly, and outputs the value of null into the web page. We can select the values. We can also assign values to the items in the array. So if we want to update this to a string value, we would be reassigning the value with index value of 3 in the array to output the name. And if we want to see the array and what is contained within the array, we see that we've got an updated value for the item with the index value of 3, which is actually going to be the 4th item in the array. If we want to return back contents from the array that's nested within the array, so that would have the index value of 4, resulting back in returning back the array. If we want to select the first item within that new array that's contained within the parent array, we need to select it by its index value as well, and this will return back the result of 1, which is the first item with its index value of 0 in the nested array. For objects, a name paired value, setting a property name and separating it with the colon to assign a value to it. And typically when we create objects, we create them on multiple lines so that it's easier to read them and distinguish between the values. If we select the object and we output the object as our value, within the HTML, we're going to get this type of object, and it's not able to output the results of the object, but within the console, we have the structure of the object where we can open it up and we can see, according to the property name, the value that's associated with the property. For JavaScript objects, you don't need to quote around them. You can just have it by the name. You can comma separate them. And if you have a value such as full name, you can quote around it a valid property name for the full name. So we can return this value back, and in the output area, it's going to represent that full name as the property name for the value that's associated with it. Just like with the arrays, we could have different data types where we could have numbers, booleans as the data type. And just like the arrays, select an item from the object using its property name. Bracket notation, the same as we did with the array, and we can use a string in order to identify the property name. So now that will go into the object, select the property of first, and return back the corresponding value for that property. So you can also do with the full name and return back that matching property value. For objects as well, dot notation will work. And one of the downsides of having a property name that has a space in it is that you can't use the dot notation. With the property of first, we can do it with the dot notation, but we can't use the full name because that would break the code as we've got a space there and it's not able to understand why the space is there, and it will throw an error if we do that. And just as we're able to see the value, and for the arrays, we're also able to assign the value. Assign different values within the object, And this isn't actually updating the object. It's focused on a particular location within the memory that we're actually updating. So if we change the first name, the result will be that that name is also changed within the object. And when we select that item using its property name, we're going to get the new result after we've reassigned the value to it. The benefit of having content within an array and within an object is that we can select the contents, and there's a lot of different built-in to arrays that allow us to do a whole lot with arrays. And that's going to be coming up in the upcoming lessons where we're going to be exploring some of the amazing things that you can do with arrays. Another array, and we assign it to the first array, and then we take the value in the second array and update the item with the index value of 0. So I'll update it to hello world. Do you think it's going to affect the value of array 1? If you said yes, we'll output the value of array 1. You're correct. These arrays and the variables that we're assigning to them are only pointing to a location within the memory of the browser, and that's where we're able to update. We link them together. These are still going to be pointing to the same object, and as we update one, we're going to be actually updating the other one as well. And this is true for objects, and update the value of the ID, and then output the original object into the console. We've got the same effect where one object updated the property values of the other object, and they're both connected because they're pointing to the same location. And an object can also contain an array, as well as an array can contain an object. Go many levels deep if the need is there, with combinations of holding values between arrays and objects, and then selecting the values that are contained within each of those. So the challenge is, how do we return back the hello world that's contained within the array, that's contained within the object? And the solution for that is to select the object using the property name, so the object that we want to use, because we've already linked it to object 2, we can use object 2, and then we want to select the item using its property name, and we'll see what we get returned back now. So now we're referencing the array that's nested within the object, and for arrays we use the index value. So we want to return back the item with the index value of 3, which is going to be hello world. So we set that for the array, and the result will be that we're able to select the value that's contained within the array nested within the parent object. So try it out, create some values, hold those values within arrays and objects, update those values, and output them within the console and the document, and you can be ready to move on to the next lesson. This lesson's going to be about functions. Functions allow developers to run a block of code to invoke it multiple times. When you are creating code, you do want to try to avoid repetition. Functions give you a way to pass in values into a function, use those values within the function, and then return back a result depending on what the block of code was and what it did with those values within the function code. So we're providing you a few different examples of functions and how you can make use of functions within your JavaScript code. I've got a new JS file, and this is where we're going to be writing some functions. So let's go ahead and we'll create a function, and I'm going to call this fun1. And this is what's known as a function expression. And functions can pass in arguments within the rounded brackets, and the block of code that gets run is contained within the curly brackets of a function. So let's do something with the function where we'll output a value into the console, and we'll write hello into the console whenever the function is run. With the function expression, the function expression has to be declared just like a variable before you try to use and run the function and invoke the function. When you're naming the function names, they are under the same rules as the variable names. So they're under the same function naming convention. In order to invoke a function, you can write the function, and then using the rounded brackets, this is what's going to invoke the function. The benefit of functions is that you can write the code once and reuse it as many times as needed. So every time you want to output into the console, hello, you can just run the function and call and invoke the function. The other way to create a function is using a function declaration. So that's going to be using the keyword function, and then the name of the function itself with the rounded brackets where we can pass arguments into it, and then the curly brackets to run the block of code. So for the function, what I'll do is I'll document write, and I'll output hello into the document every time fun2 is run. And the main difference between the function declarations and the function expressions is that you can run the function declarations before you're defining them within the application file, within the JS file. Invoking fun2, we're outputting the word hello. I'm going to wrap this within a div so it can provide more structure to the content, and that's outputting the code. We can also create a variable. So if we had a counter variable, and I'll set that to 0, and every time we run the function, we'll update counter, increment it by 1, and then within the hello, I'm going to be creating an output value, and then outputting that within the document. And let's copy and paste this over using the backticks so that I can create this and dynamically update a value for counter. That's going to be output. Doing the 2 plus signs is the same as doing counter plus 1, so assigning the value of counter to be equal to counter plus 1. So the result for us is that we output hello 1, 2, and 3. So every time we're invoking fun2, the result is going to be different because we're incrementing the counter. I'll bring that back to the shorthand format for incrementing, and we're outputting those values within the counter. We can do that as well within the function expression and output the value every time that that function is invoked. And now because we're running fun1 3 times, fun2 3 times, our resulting value for the counter is 6. With functions, you can also pass in values that can be used as arguments within the function. So all of these parameters can be set within the rounded brackets. So if we pass in values, and we can also pass in string values as well, and then use those values within the function in order to create some content from those values. We can assign within the parentheses a parameter name, which when we pass in a value and receive that value into the function from the parameters, it's going to be known as an argument. And I'll also do this for the function expression, and we're going to equal the counter plus the value of val. So that's going to update our counter with whatever value has been passed in. So if on the first invoking of the function we pass in a value of 21, that's going to update our count value to have the numbers sequencing after that value. On the function declaration, we'll take the value and we'll create a word from it. So declaring a global value of word, we'll take words and add to the word, so equal it, assign a value of word to itself, and then add to it whatever the value of value is that we've received. And we'll update output to have whatever the value of word is at the time. So right now we're getting undefined, and that's because the initial word was set at undefined, and we're adding to the value of word. So initially the value is undefined, then we add an H, then we add an E, and then we add the rest of the letters to the word. So let's declare and define the word with an empty string value, and that way when we're updating and adding to it, it's going to increment and create the word for us. I'm also going to break this apart so that we can get all of the letters in order to finally spell hello in the output. For functions, we can also return values from the function. And I'll create a separate function, we call that fun3, and it'll take in a few parameters, and it's going to be expecting 3 numbers to be added in, a value for total, and do a return of whatever we've got for the total. Let's create a variable, and this is going to be the value total using the function 3 and passing in values for these arguments, and these are expecting numeric values. And let's output into the console the result for val total, and opening up the console, so we end up with 109. Adding to the value total this new value. So that's going to give us 208. And the nice thing about functions is that we can set different values and return back a different result depending on the arguments that are passed into the function. The return keyword will end the execution of the function, so none of the additional code will output, and we'll try to output the console message of hello, and once we do the return, that's going to stop the execution of the function code. So if you do want to see that within the function, then you need to have that before you do the return of the function content. For the function as well, with functions, if the numbers don't get passed in, we can check and we can add in default values for them by assigning an equal sign to the values. So this is in case the value is not assigned and there's no value that's being passed in, it will just use whatever the default value is. So that way it's not going to break the function even if there's not enough arguments within the function statement. So we can go all the way to just have one value that's passed in there, and that will continuously update the new value of the total value. I'm going to output the total value, and we're throwing an error because we do need to initialize total value before trying to use it, because the function itself is trying to use it, and when we're invoking the function, that isn't been declared yet. It hasn't been initialized yet. So let's just set the value to be 0, and for these, because we're going to be using the value total within the function itself, we need to declare it first and then use it within the statement. When it comes to scope for functions, so let's create another function, and we'll call this one fun4. And within this function, we can pass in a value into fun4, and then use that value to set a value of my value, of whatever we've got for val, and then console log out the result for my value. Let's invoke the function. So we'll call fun4, we'll pass in a value of 100. So what that's going to do is that's going to output the value of 100. We'll also do a console clear to clear out the console content every time we run fun4. So every time that gets invoked, it clears out all of the console content, and the only value that we should see is the my value. Because my value is declared within the curly brackets, it's only available within the scope of the function that we're trying to access it. So even though we've invoked the function, there's going to be no variable called myVal on the global scope, and that will cause us to throw an error. The variable is declared within the scope of the function. That variable is only going to be allowed to be accessed within the function. It's not going to go out to the parent scope. Although the way that scope works, we can get values that are sitting within the parent scope, and if we're looking for a value from the parent scope, a temporary value here, we can always access values from the parent scope if that value is not defined within the current scope. So adding together the value of temp, first it's going to look for a value of temp within the local scope. If it does not find it within the local scope, it'll go out to the parent and look within the parent scope to see if there's a value assigned for it. If we do have a value of temp that's assigned within the current local scope, it's going to use that value as the value for temp. So if the variable names are the same, it's going to first look within the local scope to see if that variable has been declared, and if not, then it'll go out to the global scope or to the parent scope to look for that variable. Determining what type of function, whether a function expression or a function declaration, it's a matter of preference. For myself, most of the time I do use function declarations, as I like to keep my variables near the top of the code, and then I use the functions throughout the code. If you do have a function expression, and if it's set to a variable using let, that value can always be renamed to and reassigned to something else. And then when we output the value for fun1, we clear out the console, and now we see that fun1 is actually equal to 100. So it's no longer equal to the function, and it no longer can be invoked. So if you are using a function expression, suggested is that you use const, and that way you won't accidentally assign a new value to your function. If you want to see what the function looks like without invoking the function, that means that if you don't include the rounded brackets in order to invoke the function is not going to get invoked and executed. You're going to get this type of output where you get the contents of the function, but the function doesn't actually run. If you set up a new function and assign it to the value of fun1, and then try to invoke the function fun5, the new one that you've assigned to the value, you will get the result because we've assigned to fun5 the results of fun1, and that function can now be invoked, and we can pass in a value into that function, and it's going to run the code that's associated with it. So this way you can duplicate a function to another variable name. So go ahead and try it out, creating some functions to get more familiar with what you can do with functions and the various blocks of code that you can run when you invoke the function. DOM is what allows us to connect to the web page. It's virtually created using the browser, and it creates us and allows us to interact with the page elements using JavaScript. So we've got an example here where we're going to selecting the document object and then the body property from the document object, and then the children HTML array that we can then select a particular element on the page, update the values of that element, and set a new text content for it, and also select the element as an object variable that we can then update the properties that are contained within it. Outputting some of the property values, such as the class name and the inner HTML, and also how we can go over to any web page, select the document object and the body, and update the text content of the web page. And not to worry, once you refresh it, the page will go back to normal as it's loading the file from the server. You're not actually updating the page, you're just updating that representation of the HTML file that's sitting within the browser. The document object model contains a data representation of the web page elements, and we can select the web page elements using JavaScript code. I've created a new file called dom1.js. So this is a JavaScript file that's going to be linked to the HTML, and then we're going to be looking at what's available within the DOM. Going into our web browser, in order to explore more about what's available within the page, go over to the DevTools console, type in the document. This is going to return back the entire document object, and that includes all of the HTML code with the elements that are available within the page. In order to be able to traverse through and be able to look through the DOM, you can use the console dir, which is a console directory with the document object contained within the parameters. And that will return back the document object, and now you're able to see some of the properties that are available within the document object. So this is one giant object. It represents all of the page elements, including their properties. You're able to select different values as run contained methods for those page elements. You can get information like the URL, which is contained within the document object. So if you were to reference the document and give it the property name URL, that returns back the current URL from the document. And that's going to be referring to the web page URL. You can navigate through, and this is within a tree-like structure that when you go through the body elements, that's going to return back all of the elements that are within the body. You can see under the children, there's the three elements that we have within the web page. The first one is going to be the div, where we've got the content of hello world. So if you navigate to the children, select the div, and in this case, it's going to be the first element that's going to be a child of the body. So that's why it's index based, and it has an index value of 0, and that's where we're able to reference the div. And these are all of the properties, values that are available for this particular div. Each element will have its own object of properties and methods, including events that you can interact with using your JavaScript code. In order to see the inner HTML, you can select the inner HTML property of that element, as well as inner text. You can navigate to the next sibling, get the previous element sibling. These are all the different events. So if any event listeners are added to the element, they're going to be represented within the object of the element. This is the outer HTML, so this includes all of the HTML for the page element. In addition, there's the text content. So if we want to return back the text content of the element, we could select it by going into the body object and then selecting within the body the first child that is available within the body and then returning it back by the index value. So let's go ahead and we're going to try to select that page element using the document object. And within the document, the first property that we want to return back is the body. And we can console log that. So I'm just assigning a variable to it so that we can navigate through and return back the body contents. If you use a console log, that's going to return back in the console just the HTML. We want to look deeper. So let's go into the body object. So now we're listing the body within the dev tools, and we want it to select the children. And the children is going to be array based. So let's select the body, and that's going to return back what's known as an HTML collection. So this is going to include all of the HTML elements that are currently within the page. If we were to select and add another HTML element, so we'll have hello world 1 and hello world 2, and now we look within the HTML collection, so now we have both divs that are present. And we can also see the script tag, and this additional script tag is just being output by the editor. So this isn't actually going to be code that's sitting within the body tags. It's added in as the editor is rendering out the code. So going into the children, we want to select the first child. So using its index value, which is 0, this is going to return back the first child, which is going to be referencing that div. When you open it and you hover over the div properties, this gives you more information about what's available. So now that we've selected that particular div, we want to get the text content property from that div. So add that in as the property name. I'm also going to adjust the editor to word wrap so that we can see the entire statement within the line of code in the editor. So now that we've selected the text content, that's actually returning back the text content that we have within the page. So now that we've selected the element with the text content, we can also select that and reassign a new value. So I'm going to go ahead and assign a string value to the element. And what that does is that updates the value for the element to be whatever string value that we're setting. I'm going to select that and make it more dynamic so that we can easily change what we've got for the value. That's going to now return back a string value. So right now, because this is going to be referencing a string, we can't update the element because we're assigning a variable. First of all, it needs to be const, and this is only going to be referencing the string value. So in order to keep it within an object format, we need to make sure that when we're making the selection that we're still using the object format. So either an object or an array within the selection of the property. We'll keep it as an object. Within the object format, and we return back the element, we can see the content is changed, and each one of these objects is going to have its set of properties. So we can get the text content, and once we can select it, that means that we can also update it to a new value. So now it's selected the element object, and we've assigned a variable to it called L. We can see the element as an object within the console, and now whenever we want to reference that particular element, we can just use the variable name and update the property values of it, keeping it as const because we're not actually reassigning a new value to L because this is an object or an array, and that allows us to select it and make updates to the properties that are contained within that object. If we have an ID within the element, so let's go over to the elements and we'll add in an ID, and we'll also add in a class. Go over to the element. Within the properties of the element, it's got a class name of red. We can select the element using the class name property that will return back the value of red. And there's a lot of information that's contained in here. You can also see that we've got the inner HTML of the element. So we can now output that property using its property name. and that's going to just be returning back updated. And just as we can select these properties, and just like with any other object in JavaScript, we can make updates to those properties. So let's select that, and we're going to add some updated values to the inner HTML. So that will update it and turn it into hello. Add to the existing HTML. That will add that value into the HTML. That element that we had selected now has the property of the h1 hello added into it. As we saw, we can select the body, get the text content of the body, and that's going to be all of the text content of the body. And just as we saw before, as we can select a value, we can also assign a value to the body, and that has the property name of text content. So let's assign a new value to it. So we've updated the element body to contain my name. You can go over to your favorite web page, and we'll go over to Visual Studio Code, type in the document.body.text content and assign a value to it. And notice that the web URL is the same, and I've added my name as the text content, and that's the only content that's currently available within the body of the element. And not to worry, once we do a refresh, it's going to bring the code back, as this is interacting with the DOM, and the DOM is going to be that instance of the web page when it gets loaded, and it gets loaded from the files. So you're not actually changing any of the file content, you're just interacting with the DOM elements. And this is exactly what JavaScript does, is it provides us an opportunity to interact with the document object and make updates to it, manipulate it, and change the property values of those elements. So go ahead and try it out. Go over to your favorite web page. You can update the document body of the text content of your web page. Also create an HTML file and make a selection of some of the elements within the file, and you're going to be ready to move on to the next lesson, where we're going to be learning more about JavaScript and how it can interact with the DOM to create interactive and dynamic web pages. This lesson, we're going to get interactive with our JavaScript code, updating the page elements. We've got a div, we've got an input field and another div. We've made this div clickable, updated the text content of the div to say click me, and when we click it, it's going to take the value from the input field and apply it to that element at the top. So I do have the code on the left-hand side, and we see that initially it starts out as hello world for the div. The input text has no value associated with it, and the click me doesn't have a border, it doesn't have text alignment, and it doesn't have width. So we've updated quite a bit with JavaScript. Where we enter in to the input field, when we click the click me button, that's going to update the value of the inner text content of that first element. And this is all done with JavaScript by selecting the elements that we want to use, applying different properties to those elements, and then adding an event listener that runs a function that gets invoked whenever the button gets clicked or whenever the element gets clicked. Previously, we've seen how we can select a page element using the path within the document object. The document object also comes with methods in order to make a selection. It makes the selection process a whole lot easier. Make a selection of the element on the page. So we want to select the first element that has a tag of div, and we're going to place it into a variable called L1. So using the document method, there's a method called query selector, and methods are essentially functions that are pre-built, and when they're contained within an object, they're known as methods. So the query selector requires one argument, and that argument is going to be the selector. The selectors within the query selector work the same way as you would within styling. So if within styling, if you want to make a selection of the div, you could simply select the div and then apply some properties to that element, and that will update those elements. So the same way that we make the selection within styling, we can also do that within the query selector. So let's select the element, and this is requiring a string value, which is going to be the div, and we'll console directory that selected element so that we can take a closer look at what we've got available to us within the console. So that shows us that that element is now selected, And when we open the element, we get all of the properties and information of the element. So this is a much neater way in order to make a selection of the elements instead of going down through the whole path of where it's located within the document object. So now, just as before, we can select the element and we can update properties of the element, such as the text content, and that will update the content within the page. Multiple elements, that's by using the query selector all. So we'll select all of the elements that are divs on the page, and instead of using document query selector, we're going to use query selector all. We're going to select the elements with the matching tag, and we'll output that into the console. So what returns back what's known as a node list, and returns back all of the matching elements, whereas the query selector will only return back the first matching element. So let's make some updates to the elements, and this is an array-based structure, the node list, so selecting it by its index value of 0, and then let's select the text content of the element and update the text content to contain and use string value. So now we've updated it to hello world, and we initially selected the element into the L1 object, and we were able to update the text, and now we've selected the element again, locating it to a new object, and that's going to be the L's, using the array with the index of 0, that's selecting that same element. So both of these are still going to be referring to the same element, whereas if we take the console log and we select out the element 1 and get the text content value of element 1, it's going to return back the hello world. As with all objects in JavaScript, these are going to be referencing a location within the memory, and that's why we can have multiple variables that are pointing to that same location, and when we update one, it's going to actually update the other one as well. Another way to make a selection, and just like we would with styling, if we want to select the element by its ID, we can specify the ID using the hash, and that's going to just select the one matching result, which is the one that has the ID of 1. And let's try that within the query selector, where we select the element with the hash of 1, and that's going to return back that matching element. So the node list is only going to have that one matching result. We'll make a selection of the same element in multiple ways. So update this, and we'll turn this back into the div so that we can have a couple elements that are selected. So that's going to still be referencing that same matching element. And if we want to select an element by its class, we can also do that by prefixing the selector name with the dot, and that's going to reference the class. And doing it the same way within the query selector is going to allow us once again to make a selection of the element. And let's output all of these into the page, and we can use the console log, and that way when you hover it over within the console, that's going to highlight the element on the page that's going to be within this element object selection. Go over into the console, all of these are actually going to be referencing the same element as we've made the selections, and they're all going to be pointing to that same element. So let's update some of the content that we have on the page. We also have an input, and input has specific properties for that element. So let's select the element from the page, and we'll update that. I'll call it my input, and using the document query selector method, we're going to select the element with a tag of input. Using the console log, we'll output the my input object into the console. So that's going to highlight the matching element, and when we click on it, it's going to highlight it on the page. If we want to get the value of the element, we would select the property name of value, and right now there is no value in it. And just as we saw before, when we make a selection, we can also make an update to that value. So that's going to populate it with the string value that we've added into the selection. And this is going to be the second div in the page. So under else, and we'll select that element using its index value, get the text content, and we'll write click me on that element. Also, when you do have the element selected, you can update the style properties of it, and we'll go into this in more detail. So selecting the style, we can update the border, and just as we would with CSS, we can set the border property of the element to be black. You can also update the width of the style property. And this is also going to require a string parameter. Can also update the text align to center align the text. We can set the onClick function, and this is going to require a function assigned to the element whenever the element gets clicked. So we're adding the event listener of onClick to the element, and we want to run a function whenever the element gets clicked. Anonymous function that will run and output into the console. So clear the console and click. So every time we make the click, it's going to run the function, and this is just an anonymous function. You can also set a function that can run whenever it's clicked. So when we're referencing the function, we don't invoke the function, and that will still run the function the same way. So don't include the rounded brackets, because that's not going to work. That's going to just simply invoke the function at the time when the browser encounters the script. So we want to have it within a separate function that we can invoke whenever this action takes place. And we'll select the element, and we've got this element selected in a number of ways. So we'll select it using the L2. So it updates the value on the action. And just as we saw here where we can get the input value, let's update and add the input value within the console. And now whatever value I have sitting as the input value, that's being output into the console. So take this one step further, where we're going to set a variable, and just call it temp, and that can return back the input value. Update the text content with whatever the input value is. So we click it, and the input value of whatever we have within the input field is going to be added into the element there within the text content. If you want to clear out the input once it gets clicked, you can do that as well by just setting a blank value to it. And now once again, whatever we click is going to be shown within the element. And that's how we can use the JavaScript in order to make an interactive page elements that are interacting with the DOM and making updates to the DOM, all using JavaScript. So go ahead and try it out. Create a HTML page with an input, a div, and another div where you want to output the content into. And then using JavaScript, select the elements, add the event listener whenever the element gets clicked, and run a function that's going to update, select the value from the input, and update the element output area with the text content from the input field, and then clear the input field, and you're going to be ready to move on to the next lesson. Being able to check conditions within your code will allow you to apply logic within your application. So setting up a default variable value of 0, we're going to be using the counter value, and this is going to increment every time that the button on the page is clicked. And we've got some conditions that we're going to be checking. The first one is going to be outputting a value of whether the counter is less than 3. So this is returning back a Boolean value that then we're outputting into the text content. We've got a condition that's going to check to see if the counter value is less than 2. In addition, we also have a condition checking to see if the counter value is less than 4, counter value is less than 6, and it's going to update the style properties depending on what the value of the counter is. So trying it out, you can see that when we click it, the first time that we click it, it updates the value of counter to be 1. The value of counter is less than 2. So this condition is true. It sets the color of the output to be red. If I click it again, it goes green because this condition is no longer true. It moves on to the next condition where it checks and it finds that this is true. And that's where it updates it and sets it to be green. If I click it a few more times, it will go to purple. Since this condition at this point is no longer true, counter has a value of 4. 4 is not less than 4, it's actually equal to 4. So that throws that condition off. It's no longer true. That's where we go to purple. And if there is no value, if none of these conditions are met, then it's going to go to blue. We're also going to be showing you how you can use the switch statement in order to apply multiple conditions on a statement. So depending on what the value of counter is, it's going to be updating the output value. So the first time that we run it, the value of counter gets passed in and we run the function. And at this point, the value of counter is going to be 1. We've got that already output from the first statement. And we also see it being output here as a value. So the matching value for counter is 1. That's where we're going to run this block of code. If we click it again, none of them are going to be true, so the output is just going to be default, and none of the cases are true because the value of counter is 2. Once we click it again, that's where we get the value of the counter being 3, and we can run the code within the case 3. If there is none of these are true, then it's just going to be running the default value. And that's how we can use switch statements and conditional statements in order to apply some logic within our web applications. I've updated the HTML to have a div, an input, and a button so that we can easier select them within the JavaScript code in order to make our interactive application. This lesson we are going to be looking at conditional statements. That's the if, else, and else if. And conditional statements are used in order to create logic. So first of all, we're going to select the element, and using the document query selector, select the element on the page, and we want to select the div within the output area. Also for the input, and I'll call this my input, and selecting the document, and again using the query selector, let's select the element that is the input tag. And then lastly, we'll select the button so that we can create our interactive content using the event listener for the button click. So we're selecting the element with the button. And now that we've got all 3 of these elements selected using the query selector, we can also check to make sure that they are selected properly by outputting the variable names within the console of the developer tools. So outputting and writing these variables should return back the corresponding elements from the page, and that means that we've selected them properly and we're ready to start interacting with the content. So we're going to be using an if condition, and this is going to be where we can apply some logic. So depending on whether the condition is true or false, we're going to be able to run a block of code. So update the my input, and I'm going to set a value within the my input, and we'll set a value to be Laurence. Also create a variable, and we'll have a variable called counter and set that to be 0. And for the button, we're going to create an onClick event, which is going to run an anonymous function that's going to return back the results. Also using the format for the arrow format for the functions. This is a shorter way to write functions without using the keyword for a function. So this is going to do the same thing, and it's going to be returning back the content that's going to be run within the block of code. And we also have the rounded parentheses where we can include any arguments that are sent into the function. Let's just make sure that it is working, and within the console, we're going to output the value of counter. Every time the button is clicked, we're going to increment counter by 1. So now we see we've got everything working properly, and we can apply some conditions to the code. And let's set up a condition, and we'll see if the value of counter is less than 5. And if it is, then we're going to update the style value for the output. So selecting the output element, and then style, and set the color to be red. So when we run the function, it's going to update the value of counter, and if it's less than 5, then it will output that value. And we're also going to output the value of counter into the output element. So update the text content, and using the backticks, I'm going to bring the value of counter into the element for the output. And so this way it's going to be visible to whatever the value of the counter is. So every time it gets clicked, it's going to show the value of the counter at the time when it got clicked. And we see now we've gotten over 6. So initially, when the value of the counter was less than 5, it turned it red. Let's reverse this and set that to when it's greater than 3, then we're going to turn it blue. So we've got the counter value currently at 1. And as soon as we go to counter 4, then that's where this condition is going to become true. And then we're going to run this block of code. The reason that it wasn't switching back or switching colors is that when we're using the if condition, it was only if this was true, and then we updated it. So if we had a situation where we were setting the color to be blue, and then if it's less than 3, setting it to red, then we're going to see that by default, when the code runs, we're setting it to be blue. And if this condition is true, then it's coming back as red. And then once we meet and we no longer meet the condition, it's going to stay blue. It's not going to run this block of code. For the conditional statements, we can also apply an else. And this is to specify a block of code that gets executed if the condition is false. So using the else keyword, this will give us an alternative that this code will run if this statement is not true. So if it's false, then this statement will run now. So let's try that again. And we'll also create a variable, and I'll just call it boo. And what it will do is it will return back the result of that condition. I'm going to wrap it within the rounded brackets. And then within the output, I'll also add in the result of boo. So let's run the code. And we see the first time we run it, value is true. Second time, click it, true. And then the third time, this condition is no longer true. We've incremented the counter. So the current value of the counter is going to be 3. And that's where we're returning back a false value for this condition. And then therefore, we're running the second part of the code where it's turning out to be blue. You can also add in additional conditions to specify a new condition to check. And what this one will do is this will, if the first condition is false, it'll run the check on the second condition. So that gives us an opportunity to run a second piece of code that we can check to see if a condition is true. And that's only going to run if the first condition is coming back as false. So let's set the second condition to check if the counter is less than 4. And if it is, then we can create a different output for the color. So we'll set it to green. And then if none of these conditions above are met, we're going to run the else statement content and we're going to turn it blue. So what do you think is going to happen? What color are we going to be on the first click? If you said red, you're correct. What color are we going to be on the second click? If you said green, you're correct, because this condition is no longer true. So it moves to the second condition, which is true at this point, and that's where we're able to run and update the color property of the element. Once we click it again, it's coming back as false, and this is resulting in the first value to be false. And when we click it again, it's going to go blue because this second condition is no longer true. You can add in multiple else statements. So if you had another one that was running and checking to see if neither one of the first two are correct, then it will divert and go on to the third condition once that one is no longer going to be true. So at this point, the value of the counter is 4. This condition is not true. This condition is not true. This condition is true. So it outputs the content and ends the conditional statement until this condition is also not true. Then it will run the else content. So once we click it 2 more times, then it's going to turn blue because none of those conditions are true and we're simply outputting the value. There's also what's known as a switch statement. So a switch statement allows us to run an expression for the condition, and then depending on the result for the case, we can return back a different output value. So let's run the switch statement. And what the switch statement does is it requires the parameter, and depending on what the value is, we can return back with the value for case number 0, and I'll set a variable. I'll just call it val, and here we'll just say nothing changed. So we'll output the value into the inner text, and we'll just set the value of val. It's throwing an error because I don't have any content within the condition yet. So we need to be looking for content. And we can add in a statement in here, such as the counter. And once we do have a value, then it will run the corresponding matching code. So this will just be a string value. And then after we update the value of val, that's when we're going to set it to the output content. So let's take a look at this and run the value of val. And I'll just set it to case 0. And maybe we want to add in the counter value. So automatically it runs and it sets the counter value to 0 because this value is now true. Let's wrap this within a function that we can also run whenever the button gets clicked, so that way we can update the contents of the output element. And I'm going to indent this because this is running within the contained function. And we're going to keep the conditional statement the same, but within the updater, we'll update the value of the input. So whenever it gets clicked, we're going to run this piece of code and we're going to update depending on whatever the value of counter is. So let's create another case where we'll look to see if the value of the counter is going to be 3. So first we get nothing has changed. We're outputting the value of val. This case was not true. Let's click again, and this time it does go green because it is taking the output, updating the color value of it. And the third time we click it, when the value of counter goes to 3, that's when we're getting the output where it's changing the value of the inner text to match the value of case and updating it correspondingly. Let's add in another case. We'll add this one on top. So if the value of the click is going to be 1, then we'll output case, and we'll add in a hash there so that we can distinguish between it. So the first time we click it, the value of the counter is going to be 1, and that's where it's going to be matching the case and outputting the case value. And the reason that we see case instead of case with the hash is that it's matching case 1 running through the code, but we didn't enter in a break. And what a break will do is that will stop the execution of the code within the case. So including the breaks are going to not include this content. So that would be like setting the value of val and updating the value of val this way. And I'll comment out the breaks and then we'll add them back in. So when we run the updater, it says nothing changed from the original value of val, read the first case, which output it as the hash. So it had added the value there, and then it ran the second case because we didn't have the breaks. Now let's try it with the break, and I'll clear out the value of val to be empty. And now we see that we get the corresponding result that the case is using the one with the hash. Once we get to matching case number 3, we still have the value for the output, and now we're incrementing the value of the output to include the case value. So clear out these, add in a break after number 3, and you can also use a default value. So instead of having to look for a case, if none of the cases are met, then we can use a default output, and this output can run on the default if none of the cases are met, and it'll write default within the counter. So let's run through the code another time and click it. So we end up matching for case number 1, and that's where we get the output with the hash. I'm actually going to update this to be include the case with the hash so that we can distinguish between all of the cases that we've created within the switch statement. So the first time we run, we're matching the value of 1 for counter, which is going to be running this block of code where we're outputting into val case with the hash of 2. Let's click it, and next time we click it, the value of counter is 2. It matches none of the cases, so it just outputs the default value. The third time we click it, it's actually going to be matching the case number 3, and that's where it's outputting the case with the hash of 3. And then afterwards, it goes back to the default. We're still changing the colors on the conditional statements because we've got those outputs, but this is another way if you have a lot of conditions that you're matching that you want to check to see if the conditions are true, then you can output it this way. So the default is the keyword that specifies the code to run if no match is found within the case. The break is the keyword that breaks out of the switch block and stops executing the code within the block. So once it does encounter break, it's going to end at that point and it's not going to continue. So it's running this block of code and encounters the break, so it stops running. If we remove out the break, then it'll continue running through all of the cases once one of the cases is correct, and it will continue to run through the cases until it hits a break or until it results into the end of the switch statement. So using the conditions or the switch statement, this allows us to create logic within our web applications. Go ahead and try it out. Select the page elements and create an interaction with the event listener on the button, and then apply some conditions depending on what the values are of the counter. Make some updates to the style output, and also try out the switch statement using the counter value for the case values. And you're going to be ready to move on to the next lesson. Going to be looking at operators and how we can use operators in order to update values, and how we can use operators to check various conditions to see if the return result is going to be true or false. So those Boolean values can then be used within conditions in order to apply to your coding and apply some logic to the coding. So when we enter in a number, we get some results that this was a number. It's an even number. 700 times 50 is 35,000. 700 divided by 10, 70. And then 700 times 700 is 490,000. So this can get applied to any number, and it gives us all of this information about the number by the click of the button, taking in the input and outputting the resulting values. As we've gone through the lessons, we've already been using the assignment operator, which is just the equal sign. And what this does is this ensures that the value on the left-hand side is going to be equal to the value on the right-hand side, where we can assign to variables specific values. So if we wanted to set up a value and set the value of that to be 10, but then also set a value of a, and let's create a value for a of 100. What do we think the value of val is going to be? And you aren't actually allowed to assign multiple values in this way to a variable. But if we wanted to, we could set the value as we're declaring the variables, be setting all of the values, declaring all of the variables, but it would only be setting the value of b to 100. But if we update this to have equal signs instead of the commas between them, now it's going to set all of those values to all of those variables and declare the variables, assigning them all the same value of 100. We've also seen that we can add values together. So if we had a value of a, and then we added the value of b, and then we added a number to it as well. Let's create a new variable. We'll just call it c, and then output into the console what we have for the value of c. So that's going to return back 300 because a and b are both 100, and we've added another 100 to it. You can also do subtraction. So we could do a minus b minus 100, and that will result the value. We can also do multiplication, and that's using the asterisk in order to multiply. So we're multiplying a times b, which is 10,000, minus 100. There's also division we can do. So we can do a division instead of a subtraction. So we're multiplying a times b, and then we're dividing it by 100, so it's returning back 100. There's also a modulus, and modulus will let us know if there's a remainder to the value. So if we have a value of 500, and we use the modulus, so this is like dividing it by 2, we have the value of d is going to be 0. If it's 501, we're dividing it by 2. That's going to go into 2 as whole numbers twice, so 250 and 250 with a remainder of 1. If we're doing a modulus of 3, then this is going to be doing a division by 3 and whatever the remainder is of that remaining value. And we can increment this up to whatever value that we want. So dividing 504 by 50 is going to go in 10 times and leaving a remainder of 4 to that value. So this way we can actually check to see if a value is either positive or negative. In order to do an increment, so just as we saw before, if we have a value of a and we assign a new value of a to it plus 1, the shorthand for this would be a plus plus. We can also do an a minus minus, which would be the resulting value for a. So that would result in a value of a of 101 because we had a starting value of 100, we added 1 to it, and then we incremented it by 1, and then we subtracted 1, which resulted in a value of 101. Let's add in and update the input value, and we'll select the button, adding a click event to it, so the on click, and then we're going to run an anonymous function and take the value of the input, and I'll set that up as val. So whatever we have for my input elements, and then whatever we've got for the returned value, and I'll console log the value out first. And so whatever value we have here, we click it, and that's going to output the value. And notice that within the console, it's being output as a number, or it's being output as a string value, not a number. If we get the type of val, this is going to be returning back a string. With JavaScript, we can do a conversion into a number. So if we wanted to, we could wrap this as number, and now whatever we have in the input, it's going to be returned back as a number. If we put some text in there, it's still going to be converted to a number. If we output the resulting value of the input, so this is inputting a text type, it's going to return back not a number. So it's still recognized as a data type of a number when we convert it into a number, but the result is going to be not a number. Whereas if we actually have a valid number, it's just going to return back what the valid number is within the value of val. So this is where we need to have a condition to check to see if val is not equal to not a number, then we can be sure that the actual input was a number. So we're going to update output with text content was a number, and otherwise the condition will output the text content that not a number. So this is still not going to work, where we need to use a built-in method within JavaScript in order to detect the value to see if it's not a number. So even if we enter in text, all of them are going to be returned back to was a number. So if we use the method, and this is the one that we can use in order to check, and it's going to return back a Boolean value for val, whether it's a number or not. And we can use that, so we're returning back a value of false, and we're value of true if it's not a number. So using this, we can check to see, depending on the Boolean value, the condition, and it's still backwards because this is checking to see if it's not a number, so that's going to return back the true value if it's not a number, and we're still going to be outputting the wrong result. You can switch these around, or you can use the exclamation mark to negate the reval and to toggle from true to false, and now when I enter in text, it's going to tell me not a number. If I enter in something that is a number, it says was a number. So you can do that in order to apply the condition and checking to see if the value is a legitimate number or not. So also with the assignment operators, so just going back a little bit here where we had the assignment operators, and we're setting values. So I set a value for E, and I set that value to be whatever we have for the value of A. And let's take that value and we're going to multiply it, which will set the value of E to be E times A. So this is a shorthand for that, and we can't declare the variable within the same statement. So let's give it a value of 100 or 10, and then run the value for E, and the resulting value for E is going to be the multiplied value. So we're going to take E times E, and then, so this result is going to take the value of E times the value of A, and return back the result to us, which is going to be 1010. As the value of A is 101, and multiplying it by 10, which is the value of E, is going to result back within this value. Let's look at some comparison operators, and then you can use the comparison operators within the condition. So for a comparison operator, we'll log out some of the comparison operators, and then we'll apply them within the code whenever the button gets clicked. So take a look at the value of a string value of 5 and check to see if it's equal to numeric value of 5, and that's true. If you add in the third equal sign, that's going to also check on the data type, so that's where it's going to return back a value of false. We can also do the not equal to, so let's update these and add in the different values. So this is going to return back a false, And in order to make it true, we could use the not equal to. And here we can also do the data type. So even if this was 5, this is not going to be equal to the value of 5 because that's a number and that's a string. So those should both return back the value of true. And as we saw before, we can also use the less than, greater than, and equal to. So let's try a few examples of those. So using a number of 10 and checking to see if it's less than 10. That's going to also return back a Boolean value. If we add in the equal sign, that will check to see if it's less than or equal to 10. There's also logical operators, so where we can combine multiple statements together. So if we had a statement, and I'll just take one of these ones here, where we've got a value of, this is going to be true, and if the second condition is also true, then that's going to return back a true. If we're using and the second condition is false, the and basically means that both of them need to be true in order to get a true result, or both of them need to be, if one of them is false and one of them is true, then it's going to return back a false result. So both of them need to be true on the and. The or is more lenient because only one of them needs to be true in order to return back a true value. So even if one of them was false, and we can just do any one of them as false, it's still going to return back a value of true. The exclamation mark, as we've seen, provides a logical not. So basically that flips the result to the opposite. So let's create some outputs within the text output. I'll set up a variable, I'll just call it HTML results. And for the number value, we'll get the value of val. I'll use the backticks and then wrap these within divs. And we'll create a bunch of conditions here that will output the resulting value. And then update the content of output, and we'll update the inner HTML with the HTML value that we're creating. So this is going to make it more flexible, also make the code more readable as we're checking to see these various conditions and outputting the results of those conditions. So let's add in a number here. So I said results 5 and was a number. Let's also add to the HTML. So we can check to see, and I'll have another condition actually here, and that's going to check to see if the value of val, and we'll use the modulus result of 2, so we can see if it was even or if it was an odd number. And just update the string output there. So this is going to basically provide some information about the values that we've got. So 55 was a number, and it's an even number, so that one is actually wrong. We need to flip those, because if there is a remainder, then it's going to become true. So value of 1 is the same as being true. Value of 0 is the same as being false. So that's where we need to flip those, and with the value that we've entered in to check to see if it's got a modulus or a remainder. If it does have a remainder, then that's going to come back as true, and that's where we want to set it to an odd number, as even numbers won't have a remainder. I'm going to also wrap this, the template literals. Let's try another number. So enter in 4 into the check, and says it was a number, and it results back in an even number. We'll do some math with the number. So do HTML. And so take the number for val, and we can multiply it by 50, and we'll output the result of val times 50, and I'll add in an equal sign there. Let's try that out, and we've got 5 times 50 as a result of 250. It's an odd number. Let's do another one where we're going to divide it by, so 500 was a number, even number, 25,500 by 50, and 500 divided by 10 results in a value of 50. And that's where we get the results being output into the page. Try out the various operators in order to get more familiar with them, and then also try using them within the conditional statements to return back those Boolean values and make use of the Boolean values within the conditions. And you'll be ready to move on to the next lesson. Going to be exploring the ternary operator, so it allows us to write a condition within one statement. So within one line of code, we can have a condition and then the result depending on if it's true or false. We're going to be creating a checker to check to see if someone is allowed in or not. And first we're going to check to make sure that the input is a string value. And if it is a string value, then we're going to check on the ternary operator creating a message. And if the value of the age is above 19, then the person's going to be old enough. Otherwise, it's going to return back that they're not old enough to enter. I'm also going to set this to equal. So any value, if it is 19, that's going to say allowed to enter. If the user enters in a value that's not old enough, it'll return that back. And if whatever number is above 19 or equal to 19 is going to be allowed to enter. If we enter in some text, it's not going to be a number. So we're going to get this message that's going to turn the background to red, text to white, and it's going to enter, please enter a number for your age, because that was not a numeric entry. Once we enter in a numeric value, it'll go back to the original colors for the question. Ternary operator is a conditional operator that can take in a condition and have a resulting value for that condition. So let's set up a variable and we can declare it within the ternary operator. The condition is the first part of the ternary operator statement after the equal sign, and then separating the returned results with a question mark. The first one is going to be the value that gets returned back. So this is if it's true, separated by the colon, and this is if the result is going to be false. So let's update within the condition, set that to be true. I'll actually update this to let, and we'll output the result into the console, what we have for val. So what it's doing is it's running the ternary condition as we're setting the variable value and assigning the returned results and determining the turned results depending on the condition. So this is the condition, and you could add in whatever type of condition you want in here and it will return back the results. Let's try a few other ternary operators. And this is essentially a shorthand format for writing some code that you can have multiple conditions. So if both of them are true, then it will turn back true. And I'll comment these ones out till we get to using them. If one of them is going to be false, then we know the result is going to be false because we've got a condition there. We can also use numbers. So this is now going to result in true. And this should also result in true because it's a string value and it's not a number, so it's going to be resulting in true. So we can use this within a condition. So let's create a button and run an onClick event. And we'll create a function called clicked that we're going to be running whenever the button gets clicked. I'll move this at the top, and then here we can create the function clicked me and get the resulting value. So let's also update the application. So we've got the output area. So this is where we can ask and create a question within the text content of the element. And it will ask, how old are you? With a question mark. So we're updating that to say, how old are you? Let's update the button text content as well. And we'll call it entry checker. So that when we click the button, it'll check to see if it's the user has a valid entry. And then within the condition, first we'll check to make sure that the value for the input is going to be a number. So we'll set up as my val, or this can just say my age, as it's going to be representing the age. We're going to get the input value, and within the condition, I'll just have the my age for now. So what it's doing is it's getting the input value, and we want to check to see if we're going to run the test to check to make sure that it is a number, and using the exclamation mark. And then here in the console, we'll just type in ready. So this should only fire off if it is a number, and then we see the value for ready. If this is not true, then we can take the input value and we can clear it. And also let's take the my input and set the style color, and we'll set it to be red. So that will indicate that something went wrong with that. And I'm actually going to do the background color and set that to be red. So if we enter in some text, it'll turn it red. Let's also update the color. So set it to be white. And this will just indicate that something is wrong here. And if we do get a number, let's set this back to the background color of white. The text color can be black. So first we enter in a string value, and it's going to go red. Then we enter in a number, and that worked. So that one was okay. Within the output, let's set the output text content, and we'll update that input. We'll update the output color values. So if we enter in some text, it'll say, please enter a number for your age. And then if we do enter in a number properly, the output going back to please enter your age. So now we're checking to see if it's a number. And if it is a number, then we want to do something with that numeric value, where we're going to have some conditions that we're going to check. So depending on what the value of it is, we can use a ternary operator and see the value, and we'll create a variable, call it message, and it's going to check to see if my age is less than 19. And if it is, then we can return back a string value. Otherwise, we'll return back a separate string value. And within the string, we'll say that my age is allowed to enter. Otherwise, and we'll change this to be above 19. And we'll write is not old enough. For the output text content, we'll add to it with the value of message. So let's try that out, and we'll enter in a value of a string value. We'll enter in a value of 4. That's going to say that it's not old enough. I'm going to wrap this with a div. And now let's enter in a value. So someone's 88, and this should actually be updating the inner HTML as we're applying HTML code. So let's add 55. Please enter your age. 55 is allowed to enter. And then I also want to clear the value of the age that was put in. So how old are you? And 66. So 66 is allowed to enter. If we enter in a value of 3, 3 is not old enough. If we enter in some text, we're going to say, please enter a number for your age. So that's how we can use the ternary operator in a shorthand format for conditions. It's showing you how you can use the random object in JavaScript. It's random in order to, it's a part of the math object, and it provides us a way to generate random numbers. So we're going to create a function that's going to generate a random number between a minimum and a maximum value. And then using those minimum and maximum values, we've got a starter function that's going to kick off the game output here that says guess a number between 5 and 9. And this is always going to change, all randomly generated. So the number and the span between the numbers is randomly generated. When the user enters in a number, it'll give us some feedback. So telling us to go higher. So guess again between 1 and 32. Let's go higher, so 22. And now it's telling us to go lower. So let's try 13. And I know within the console, I've got the correct number. So this is just for debugging. So typically when you do launch the game live, you're not going to have this within the console. So now we enter in the correct number, which was 13, and then it starts the game again and generates a new between 1 and 3. So let's try 1, and we got it correct on the first try. So we got correct, it was 1. Guess a number between 0 and 38. So the game will continuously repeat once we got the answer correct. Math object in JavaScript allows you to perform mathematical tasks on numbers. We've got the page elements selected in a new JS file. Whenever the button gets clicked, then we're going to run the code. So let's create a random value, and we're going to return that back into the output area when the button is clicked. So let's construct the temporary value, and we're using the math random method. Math random itself will return a value from the 0 all the way up to just before 1. And that's going to be returning back a completely random value. Every time I enter it, it's going to be a different value. So they're always going to start with 0, decimal, and then the rest of the characters and the digits are going to be completely randomized. With math values, we can also round them up and round them down. So using math floor gives us a way to round down to the nearest integer. So we're going to update temp and use the math floor in order to set and round it down to the nearest value. And I'll just use whatever we have for the value of temp. And then for output, I'll update its text content to equal to what we've got within temp. So when we click it, we always end up with 0. And the reason why it's 0 is because we're rounding it down and we don't have actually a number that we can use. Within the console log, I'll output the value of temp so that when we click it, we do get this random value. So now if we take the random value and if we multiply it by the number that we want to get, we can get a random number. So if we want to do a random number to 10, we multiply it by 10, and that's going to result in a random number from 0 to 9 being output on the page. We can also set a minimum. So if we want to have a random value from 1 to 10, we could add 10 to that. So now when we click it, the resulting values are going to be from 1 to 10. And I'll just add this in with some spacing between them. And I'll just comma separate out the numbers as we add them to the content. I'm going to clear out the text content of output so that we won't have anything in there. So let's click the button, and these are the random numbers that are being generated. So every time you click it, it's going to be resulting in a random number from 0 or from 1 to 10 because we've added the 1 to it. We can also multiply that by getting a minimum and a maximum in order to return back the results. Can be used, and typically when I am using random, I like to create a function that will generate a random number for the function. So if we want to get a random number between two values, we can set up a function in order to do that, and I'll call it getRan. And we'll expect two arguments in here, so a minimum and a maximum value, and have those as arguments within the function. And for this function, we'll use math random and multiply that by the result of maximum minus minimum. So just as we did over here, so this is the total numbers that we're going to be looking at, randomizing, and then we're going to add minimum to create the starting number that we want to generate it by. And we need to wrap this with the math floor so that we return it back as a whole number. So the result here will be that we're generating a minimum and a maximum number. Generate using the function for temp. So temp will run the function to generate the random number and setting the minimum and then the maximum number. So let's set that to 5. So this is going to be resulting in returning back a value with a minimum of 1 and a maximum of 4 because it's excluding the value of 5. So that would mean that the max that is going to be returned back is a value of 4. And notice that it's including 1, but it's not including 5 because the maximum value is exclusive and the minimum is inclusive. So if we want to make it inclusive, then we need to add 1 to this in order to include that number, that maximum number. So now we're going to be returning back a minimum value of 1, a maximum value of 5 within this result of the function. So once we run it a bunch of times, we can see that we get a nice sampling of the different numbers that are being returned back, and then this is all randomly done within JavaScript. And randomizing and creating random values is really essential in JavaScript if you want to make some unexpected results and values within your code. So let's create a quick mini application where we're going to update this and create a couple variables. And we'll set up a value for the minimum for low value. And this is whatever we want as the low value. We'll set up another one for high value. And then we're going to update the output text content to say, guess a number between the low value. So this will ask us to guess a number between the low value and the high value. Let's update the input. So right now it's a text, So setting the attribute of type, and I'll update this to be a number. So now we've got a type for the number. We can also set attributes for it of minimum and maximum. So minimum and max for the values. And this is where we can use these variables. So this can be fully dynamic. So that provides us a minimum, and that provides us a maximum on the input. Let's update the button and text content. And this actually should say enter guess. And we want to have a check to see if we've got the correct random number. I'm going to wrap all of this within a function. I'm going to call it starter. That way we can run all of this block of code whenever we want to initiate and clear the values. And for the high value and the low value, I'm going to set these to be randomly generated. So they're actually going to change depending on what we want to set. So this can set a low value of a number between 0 and 5. And then for the high value, I want to set the minimum as the low value number plus 1. And then the high value number can be a random number all the way up to 50. So let's see what we got now. So we've got guess a number between 4 and 34. We'll create another blank, and this is going to be the hidden number. So we'll start it out at 0, and then we'll update this using the random, where we're going to generate the random number between the low value and the high value. So that's our hidden number that we're trying to guess. And that's a global value, so we can also check that on the checker. I can comment this one out. So when we click the button, we're going to run the check to see if the input value is going to match with what we've got for the hidden number. And if it is, then we're going to enter in correct. Otherwise, we're going to say that it's incorrect. I'm also going to update this. And as we click it, we'll clear out the text content, and then we'll add to the text content as we want to provide a message at the top of the text content if the user got it correct or not. So we'll have our condition that checks to see. So we can also set up a value of the input and get the my input value. And we'll check to see if the value of the input is equal to the hidden number. And if it is, then the user got it correct. And if not, then we're going to just say that it's incorrect. If they did get it correct, then we'll output into the console right now. Otherwise, we'll provide the user some information within the text content. So we'll assign a value for the text content, and depending on the condition, check to see if the value of the input is less than the hidden number, then the message value go higher. Otherwise, the message value will be go lower. And we can also condense this into a ternary operator where we've got the condition first result on true. If it's true, if it's lower, then we go higher. Otherwise, and we'll output the message. We can also, into the console, show what the hidden number is. And this can be used for debugging so that we know what the hidden number is so that we can check to make sure our application is running properly. We'll clear out the input, and then we'll add to the text content to guess again. And actually, I'm going to add inner HTML, wrap the message in the div, and it'll say guess again. And we need to comment that out. So enter in a number, so go higher, enter in 9. Now it tells us to go lower, guess again. When we guess 8, then we get the correct value being output there. And of course, once you get the real game, you don't want to have the hidden number. So we're going to be hiding the console. So this is only while we're developing the game. So once we see that the user got it correct, let's update the output, and we'll say correct it was. And then we'll output the hidden number for the user. We'll run the starter append to the inner HTML of the output, and I'll wrap this within a div, set the inner HTML of the element. So let's try the game out, and we get a guess a number between 3 and 37. Let's try 5. It says go higher. Let's try 34, go lower, and we see in the console that the real value is 32. So this is while we're just testing, make sure that we did guess it correct. So it says correct, it was 32. Now it says enter and guess a number between 0 and 41. Let's also clear out the input, And we'll set the input value to be just blank. And try to run through it one more time. So now it's telling us to guess higher. So once again, guess a number between 1 and 18. Go lower, guess again. And it actually should still output the low numbers and the high numbers. So where we're writing the guess again. So guess again between 2 and 6. Go higher. There we got the correct answer. So play through it a few times. Make sure that it's working. And you can create your own version of the game using the random object with JavaScript. Got a quick bonus for you with this exercise, and can you make this game in order to provide the proper feedback? So this time I did guess a value. I don't know what value I've guessed, so we need to have that. And ideally it should change. If it goes higher, then we should have the value that we input there and change this range dynamically with the number that we've entered in, either it's lower or higher. So let's make an update and make an adjustment to the low and to the high. So when we select and we go lower, we want to have the range adjusting depending on what the guess is and the result from the guess is, and providing better feedback for the user as they continue to guess. It should narrow down the range that the user needs to guess the numbers between. Or we go higher, I want to make an update to the code. So setting up a condition, because we're going to have multiple lines, so we're not going to be able to do it in a ternary operator anymore. I'm going to just declare the variable, and then we'll populate the variable depending on the condition. Add the condition into the conditional statement, and having the result for message, and output within the message the value of go higher. We'll also output this with whatever the value input was. So providing the user the feedback was wrong, go higher, and that's going to be the result for the message and the feedback to the user. And otherwise, it's going to say to go lower, so it'll still output the value and then say was wrong, go lower. So let's try the new version, and we see that 4 was wrong, go higher. So this value should also change where we're doing the guess again. So let's update the low value. When we set and we get the low value, because this time it's going to be higher, let's update the low value with the value input. And if we need to go lower, then we're going to update the high value with the value range from the value input. So let's see how this works. So now we're guessing a number between 5 and 9. So no, we don't have a large span there. 6 was wrong, go higher. So now we're guessing a value between 6 and 9. Let's try 7, updating, guessing a value between 7 and 9. Setting and guess a number between 3 and 12. So now we're into the second game. Try that again, enter in a number between 3 and 7. So we know that that was wrong. The number that we're looking for is 6. So it's telling us to go lower. So this feedback is constantly adjusting depending on what our guess is. So it's telling us to go lower between 3 and 7. So now it's between 5 and 7. And as we narrow down to the correct number, this feedback is going to update for the user. We've got some examples of loops. So looking at how we can do a for loop, a while loop, and a do while loop, and the differences between them, where we need to always be able to set a starting point, a condition that is going to allow us to break out of the loop, and then the way to increment the value so that eventually this condition is met and we do have a way out of the loop. So we're going to give you a few different examples of how you can use these and output some content within your HTML page. And this is going to determine how many times the loops are going to run and output into the page. The do while loop will always run at least one time. We're using the same value of I in the condition here for the while loop. So if you were to adjust this, the results are going to be different because now the starting point for I is going to be 10. So we're going to be going through this and more in this lesson. We've selected the page elements that we have within the HTML as JavaScript variables. Now let's add an action to the button The action that we're going to be adding is going to be the onClick. We'll invoke a function called btn_clicked. Let's create that function. In the console, we'll write the word ready. So whenever the button gets clicked, we see that the word ready is written into the console. Let's also update the properties of the input, as we're going to be expecting a number. So we're going to set the attribute and update that to be number. Also for my input, set a value. Also set the attribute for max of 20, value for minimum, and we'll set the minimum to be 0. So that's also going to resize the input field. And whenever you click down, the minimum will be 0. And as you click up, the maximum will be 20. You can also see that these are now attributes that are added to the page element, where we've changed the original type of text to number, and then the minimum and the maximum attributes to the element. Let's get the value of the number for the input, and this is how many times we're going to run and update the output content. And we'll get it as a variable called num using let, and that's just going to return back the my input value. For loop, this allows us to run blocks of code multiple times. We need some parameters. So the first one that we need is a starting value. So we use the variable of I, set a starting value, and then iterate through while this condition is going to be true, while I is less than num, and then increment I by 1. Within the console, for now we'll just output the value of I into the console. So click it, we run it 5 times, let's update that to 20. Now it runs it 20 times in the console. I'll do a console clear. And now let's output something into the page whenever the button gets clicked. We've already selected the element with the output, and this is where we can write some content into it. So set the content of inner HTML, set it to blank, so that clears out any existing content. And then as we loop through, we'll update and we'll add to the content of the output. I'm going to create a blank string value, and then we'll update and add to the string value every time we loop through. So creating a div, so opening and closing div tags, and then we can have the value of I. And then after the loop finishes, can take output and set the entire contents of output to be equal to what we have within the HTML. And save that. So now whenever we run it, whatever number we've got here, that's how many times it's going to run through the loop. And because we have the loop starting at 0, if we want to have our count start at 1, we can just add 1 to the counter, and that's going to update the counter for the loop. So there's a few different types of loops, and that's the for loop. So for loops are typically used, and all of the loops are going to require the same types of parameters where we need to set the conditions for the loop in order to break out of the loop. The while loop will loop through the code while that specific condition is true. So I'll create an example of the while loop. So the while keyword, and then the rounded brackets, which are going to include the condition. We'll use the same condition that we used within the for loop, where we need to have a number value and looping through while I is less than the value of the number. Then we also need a way out of the loop, and that would be incrementing I. Then also something else to happen within the block of code for the loop. So that's going to be updating the HTML with the while loop. We need to set a starting value for I. So this is going to be outside of the scope of the loop itself, and set the value of I to 0. Because we've got the value of I incrementing, and we're outputting the value of I plus 1, that's where we're starting at 2. So let's make an adjustment of this and have the value of I incrementing before we output the statement updating the HTML, and that way we can have the same number and the same format as we do with the for loop, but without using the plus within the I value. Because I starts out at 0 and then it increments by 1. If we were to leave out the value of I, we would throw an error because we don't have a starting value for I. So just like the for loop, you need to set a starting point, the condition, and then the way out of the loop, which has been incrementing. There's also the do while loop, and this is essentially a variant of the while loop. So the execution of the code will execute at least one time. So whereas for the while loop, if we set the value of I to be 10, what's going to happen when we try to run the code is that the while is not going to execute because this condition is never going to be true. So if we want to run it at least one time, then we could use a do while loop. And the do while loop is going to be using the keyword do. It's got the block of code that's going to run, and then the condition is actually added in afterwards for the do. And we'll set the format the same. We'll keep the value of I at 10, and within the do, we need to increment I by 1, and then we'll write the value of I into the HTML. So now when we run it, we only see the do loop because I has a value of 10, and that's why it's not going to be able to run. But with the do loop, it's going to run it at least one time, and that's where we're getting the output of 11 because the value of I increments by 1 within this block of code and outputting the value of 11 into the HTML. We'll run it another time, and this time we get all of the for, we get all of the while, and then the do is included there at the end. So go ahead and try it out. Create an input area that can take in a value, and then that can be used in order to determine how many times you want to run through and let the loops run. Check out the different types of loops using the do while, the while, as well as the for loop, and you're going to be ready to move on to the next lesson. We're going to be looking at objects and how we can use objects within code. So how we can set methods, which are essentially functions that are going to run within the object. Two different ways to create those functions in a more modern format, and then a previous format where we're using the function keyword. And then also how we can update the values of the object using one of the methods that's contained within the object itself. We're going to set some random values into the object. So whenever the button gets clicked, it's going to update the object values. And if we list these out, that's going to have changed from the original object. So using the first name and then setting the last name randomly, updating the ID randomly. And this is all done with functions that are contained within the object itself. Also how you can get object entries and bring those into an array so that you can iterate through them and use the array methods. Also how you can get the keys into an array. And then of course you can use these with the array methods. And also how you can get the values alone into a separate array that then you can make use of. How you can loop through and check to see if a key value is present within the object. Also how you can loop through all of the object properties and then output them, check them where they're different data types, and how you can output those properties into the console. And so we're only going to be outputting the strings and the numbers, and everything else is going to see a warning sign within the object property types. And we do have several property types that are going to be functions, and then we have another one that's just an object that's linking to this element. Learning more about objects is going to help you better understand the document object for the DOM. Objects allow us to add multiple values into one main container, and that we can set with a variable. So we're going to create an object, and this is going to be a global object that we can make use of. For objects, we did see that we can use and set a property name and then associate a value alongside that property name. And then in order to retrieve it, we need to specify within the object using the property name. And that's what we've been doing as well within the document object, that it has a number of different properties that we've been accessing. So we can also add in objects within an object itself. So if we want to specify and use the output element as the element within the my object, we can do that as well. We can also include within the object, we could include numbers. And now that we've gotten familiar with functions, we can also include the various methods within the object itself. So a method is essentially a function that is defined within an object. So if we want to return back the full name of the user, we could set up a property name called full name, and that would run a function that would return back the values of first and last. And the reason that we don't want to hard code these in case that changes, so if within the my object we update the first name and the last name, then we want to be able to return back different values. So we can use the keyword this to reference the main object, and that's going to be referencing the my object. So essentially it will be returning back the same value that's coming from either the my object or this. I'm going to wrap this within the backticks, so within the template literals, so that way we can create the string and have that created and include the object value. So that will be the first name, and then we're going to join it together with the last name. So now if we want to output the contents of the object, we're going to use the button clicked. And once the button is clicked within the output, set the inner HTML of the output element, the my object, and using the full name function. And I did want to note that the arrow functions are not designed to be used in every situation as a shorthand version for the older functions. And if you want to include a function, you can do it as using the function name. So this is just setting a regular anonymous function. Or if we want, you can create a function that's going to get invoked with the values and then returning back the values in this type of format. So both of those are going to be legitimate ways. And so now when we click it, we get the value back of the first name and the last name. And then also within the console, I'll output the my object, and that will also output the value into the console. So you can use either one. This is a shorter format where you're not including the anonymous function, the function keyword, and this is going to work the same way. So you're not able to use the arrow format, as it's going to throw an error if you do. If you don't invoke the function, it's going to return back that whole function. So even though we're using the rounded brackets here, this is a shorthand for setting up the function and then assigning the function the name of the property. And these parameters are not invoking the function, they're just being able to pass in a value into the function arguments. So if, for instance, we did have a value that we wanted to add in to the function, we can use it within the function arguments. So that's how you can pass arguments into the functions that are contained within the object. So let's also create another function that's going to add to the first and last. So it'll take in the two parameters, so first and then last. And it's going to update the value of this first to whatever we've got for the first, and also update the value of this last to whatever we're passing in for last. And then it's going to return back the values that are for the object for first and last. So we'll try that, and within the console, so when it gets clicked, we'll console log using the adder and pass in a new value for first and then a new value for last. And this has to also be within the my object. So click it and try it out. So now whenever we list out the object, we've effectively updated the object values of the first and the last, and that's going to be changing what's being output onto the page. And if we list out the my object contents, we see that the first and last has been changed by the function. Let's update, and we're going to add the ID into this as well. We'll have the value of ID, and this is going to be using a random number. So using the math random. So assigning a new random ID to the user. Every time the user is updated, so it's going to return back a random ID to the user. And we'll also use this and update that, outputting it into the page. I'm going to take a value from the input area and add that into the object as first. So using the my input, select the value, and now we'll set this, and we're going to send this over to the adder. We'll also generate a random number that we'll use as the last name. So adding it to the last name and add that new variable into where we're adding it. Also for the input area, I'm going to set a default value into the my input, and this will be my first name. So now when I click it, we're generating a new object value, and that's going to be updating with the whatever we've got here for the input, generating a random last name with the last two digits being random or the last digits being random, and then providing a random ID whenever the button is clicked. For objects, we can also loop through all of the object entries. So we'll also do this when the button gets clicked and output it into the console. So I'll take the console and we'll clear the console within the button click and use the object and then define the object that you want to get the entries from. And now within the console, we'll check out what we've got for the output of the object. So now when we click the button, we're going to clear the console and output all of the entries from the object. And now these are going to be converted into an array with a bunch of items that are nested within the array, and these are going to be referring to the object items. So these are now within an array that's going to contain a separate array with two items. So first one in the items is going to be the first name, and the name first, which is the first item within the nested array with index value of 0, is going to be referencing the key name, and the value is going to be the second item within the array. Also, the functions are also captured here, so we can still execute the functions, although that they're anonymous functions referring to the array that's nested. So that brings it into a different structure, and that's actually not going to be an object, that's going to be an array structure. And then you can apply array methods, which we are going to be looking at in the upcoming lesson, in order to output and work with that content. You can also select the entries and apply them to key values. So instead of returning back the entries, let's create another array, and then using the object structure, we can get the keys out of the my object. So this will then return back just the keys that are contained within the object, adding them within an array, and then you can select the key names from the array. So that basically constructs an array with all of the keys. If you want to get the values separately from the object, you can do that as well and output them as values into an array. So now we've got all of the items as values within the array. And if we want to invoke one of them, we can invoke the value number 4 using the rounded brackets. And the reason that undefined is going to be coming back is that it's going to be referencing the object, and now we've decoupled it from the main object, so we're not able to reference a value for the first, last, and ID anymore. If you do have methods within the object, then you could avoid using them, because you're going to run into this type of issue if it's expecting to use content that's contained from the object itself. For objects as well, we can check to see if a particular key exists within the object. And the key that we're going to look for is the value of the my input. I'm going to update this so it doesn't break the other functions, and we'll look for the value to see if a key exists. And that's going to be coming from the my input value. And within the console, we can use the my object key within the bracket notation and using a condition to check if the key exists. So if it's not returned back undefined, then it's going to exist. So we're checking to see if the key Laurence exists. So right now it doesn't exist, so it's returned back as false. Let's see if the key of first exists. So that comes back as true because that key does exist. And a better way to check if a key does exist is to use the key in object. So I'll show you another example of how you can output that. And this is checking to see if a particular key, and we're using the input value in, and then whatever the object is. So that will check within the object to see if the key exists. So the key named Laurence does not exist, and we'll check to see if the key first does exist. So this is the better way to check to see if an object does have its key. And if we want to loop over all of the properties within an object, we can use the for in loop. So that's using the for. The for in statement will iterate all of the enumerable properties within the object. So that's where we can set a value of the property. So this is the property value in whatever we've got for the object, and then loop through all of the items that are within the object. So that's where we can select and get the property name within the prop variable, and also see the object, and we can return that using the bracket notation where we've got the object name and the bracket, and within the bracket we're going to list out the property. So that's a way that we can return back all of the content that's contained within the object and output it into the console. Let's also get, and we'll set these as data types, and we'll check the data type of the property, type of for the variable. And when we list out, we see that the type of is function for the methods that were contained within the object. So they're just being returned back as a data type of function. Try to avoid outputting the function values. So unless it's a string or a number, we don't want to output it. So let's have a condition that's going to check to see the type of and see if it equals a string, or if type of equals a number. And if it does, then that's the only ones that we're going to output. Otherwise, and then we'll specify the type of the value. So now the only ones that we're outputting are going to be the string values from the object. So that's where we've got first is Laurence, last is Svekis 8, because remember it is adjusting it whenever we click it. The next one is going to be an object, so that's a type object. So we just output other because it's not a string or a number. Next we encounter a number, so it outputs the ID value. The next type is going to be a function, so it's not going to output those functions either, and it just shows that it's got the other. And you can also do like a warn, so that within the console we can see that more clearly, the different types that are being output. So go ahead and try it out to become more familiar with objects. Add in some methods within the object, and also update the object values within a method contained within the object. And then try out how you can loop through the properties and get the values and the properties that are contained with the object in order to become more familiar with what you can do with objects in JavaScript. And the objects, of course, relate to the document object, so learning more about objects will help you understand what you can do with the document object. It's going to be a quick lesson on object construction, where we're going to use an object constructor in order to create a new object. So typically when we do use this, we're going to give this an uppercase, as normally with the function we'd have it as a lowercase. So this is in order to distinguish it and the function type that we're using it as a constructor for the object. So it's going to take in two parameters. Also how we can set default values. So if there's no values or arguments that are sent into the function, then it can use these defaults that we've set here. It's going to be taking the first name and the last name, and then returning back also a full name. So it's going to construct these three properties and values assigned to them within the object constructor. And then once a button gets clicked, we're going to construct a new person and output that person's name in full into the console. And that value for the person's name is going to be coming from the input. So whatever value is within the input, it's going to affect the object, creating a new object with that name as the first name for the object value. So that's what we're going to be exploring, constructing an object with JavaScript. We've got the typical setup where we're selecting the page elements and as variables that we can use as objects within the JavaScript code. We've got the button. When it gets clicked, it's going to run the function button clicked. So let's first, we're going to create an object constructor. And this is going to be a function that we can use that can construct a first and a last name. So essentially, we can use it to construct a person. And then using the this keyword, we'll set the value of first name to what we've got for the value of first, and then the value of last name is going to be the value that we have for last. And then the current full is going to be what we've got for the value of the first name and the last name. And this is going to be coming from the current object. And because we are passing in these arguments, here we can just use those arguments and construct our first and last name. And just as we would with any function, if we're missing an argument, we can set a default value by assigning the equal sign. Prior to with JavaScript, you might also see the definition that if first is equal to first or whatever value we want to pass in. So that's another way to set a default value. Try it out within the button click and then return back the full name within the console. So let's construct a person and we'll output the full name of the person. So within the button clicked, this is the person that we're going to be creating. So using the keyword new, because we're going to be constructing the object from it. So this will create a new object assigned to the variable person and using the parameters that we're passing into the full name. So passing in Laurence, and we're only going to pass in the one value. And actually the first time we run it, we're not going to pass anything in because we're getting these default values. And within the console log, we'll take the value of person and using the full, we'll return back the full value. So click the button and the defaults are now set. So the preferred modern way is to just assign the argument this way and to avoid doing it this way, but you still might see it done within this type of statement where we have the or. So if the value of first does not exist, it's going to assign the value of Laurence to first. So those are just two different ways that you can accomplish the same thing, where you can set some default values if those values are not set and sent in. So we can construct multiple people this way. So let's say we've got a different first name and a last name. So that's going to return back that person that we've just created. So this gives us a way to construct object data within a structured format using the constructor for the objects. And this is something that's useful within the JavaScript code where we can have the same type of structure within the various objects as we're creating them. And we'll make it dynamic, where for the first name, we're going to send whatever we've got for the input value, and then setting the last name for the value that we had for the input. This lesson, we're going to be looking at arrays and how we can update, manipulate arrays, add items into the array, remove items from the array, remove the first item, add to the first and to the beginning of the array, how we can push multiple items into the array, how we can use splice to return back a part of the array to update the original array, or slice where the original array stays the same, but we're selecting parts and items from the array and returning it back into a new array that we're constructing. Also how you can use the toString and join methods, which are array methods, which allow you to convert an array into a string. So the differences as well between those two methods. We're going to also create a global array that we can use to add items into. I've got the HTML file linked to the JavaScript file where we've got all of the elements selected as values, and within the button clicked, we're picking up what the contents are and invoking this function called button clicked whenever the button is going to be clicked and picking up the contents of the my input. So let's add in an action when the button is clicked. And what we want to do is we're going to update the array content and then output the array contents into the output area. In order to make an update to the array, there's various methods that allow us to update, manipulate array content. So using the push method, this is going to allow us to push content into the array. Let's select the value from the my input and then use that value, pushing it into the array. We'll also create a temporary value. Some of the methods will have a response back, so that way we can output the response within the console log. And that's going to be coming with temp. The push is going to return back a numeric value of the items in the array length. We'll take the output and we'll set the inner HTML, outputting the contents of the array. And as we've seen earlier, the array will output as a string value into the container. And we'll also output the array into the console. so that we can take a look at it and open up to see all of the items that are contained within the array. We get one item within the array. So the value of temp is going to be 1 because we've inserted one value, pushing that value into the array, and that's returned back the 1 value. There's also options if we want to add in a second value into the array. So we could comma separate out still using push. And what that will do is that will push multiple items into the array every time we click it. So that's going to return back the number of items that have been set and added into the array. And we can add additional items. And now we've got 4 items in the array. So returning back the number of items that the array contains. And we can open the array up within the console. And there's the listing of items that are within the array. So now the value, return value for temp is going to be 6 because this is how many items are in the array. If we start with one item declared within the array right in the beginning, that's going to return back a value of 3 for temp because this is indicating that there's 3 items within the array. And there's also an array method that can convert an array to a string. So even though the array is converted into a string when it's output on the web page, there is a method that can convert the array into a string. So set up a variable called myString, and then using the array and then the toString method will convert that array into a string. And we'll also be able to see it when we have it within the console, that this is going to be no longer something that we can open up, and this is going to be now just a string value. So let's click it again, and we see that the output, it's still a string, that's still the same way, but within the console, that string value is a representation of the array where it just has the comma separation of it. There's also another method that you can use in order to join the values together, and you can also specify the separator that you want to use. So the toString automatically just separates it with comma separation. So there's another way to create a string, and using the array, setting the join will join together the string values of the array. We'll create an output when we click it that's going to look like this. So right now it looks the same as the toString, but there are parameters that you can enter in which would create the separator. So you can separate it by a string. So for instance, if you wanted the separator to be a space dash space for all of the values that are contained within the array, you can do that with join, whereas with toString, you're not able to do that. If you want to remove an item from the array, you can use the pop method. So that's another option that you can do with the string. And I'll copy this, we'll output the temp value, and now we're going to assign to temp, instead of having a value that we're going to add in, we're going to remove out the last value from the array, and the response back will be the value of the item that was removed. So in this case, we've added to the array, and the last item will be test, a string value of test. So let's see that if we get that being returned into the console. So we added in an item, and we see the last item for temp is going to be test, and I've actually put that twice, so that's where we're getting the value of test being set because this is the last item in the array. And pop will remove the last item, and this will add to array and return the array length. We can use shift method in order to remove an item from the beginning of the array. So I'll try that the same way where we're using it, and instead of pop, it's going to be shift, remove first item, and we should also get that being returned back into the array. So it's removed out the first item in the array, which was 1, and we see that being added here and returned back for the value of temp. There's also unshift. So this adds a new element to an array, and this adds it to the beginning of the array. So this is a way to kind of insert items in the front of the array. So the opposite of where you're pushing, you're going to be adding to the front of the array. And this is unshift. So it's going to be expecting a value, and I'll just type in a value of first. So the response back for this is going to be 2, because at this point we have 2 items within the array, so it's also returning back the array length. And there are property values within an array, so you can always get the array length at any time. You can see the length property within arrays when you open it up within the console. There's always going to be a length value. So you can reference that length value from the array. You can also update items in the array using their index value. So if, for instance, we've got a couple items in the array and we want to update the last item in the array, let's select the array and then calculate out using the array length. And this is a numeric value minus 1 because arrays are 0 based. So this will set the index value to whatever the last index value is. And in this case, the index value is going to be 1 because we've got 2 items within the array. So let's update this and we'll just say last as the value. So this should produce an array with the word first and last. And then we've got content. We've got actually no other content in between because all we've done is remove the array. You can also remove items from the array. And when you do use the delete, what that's going to do is that's actually going to leave a hole in the array. So let's try that where we're going to set the delete and selecting the array and then whatever index value that we want to remove from the array. So we're going to be removing out the first item, just deleting it. And now if we list out the array in the console, it's only going to have the one item. And it's going to have this empty spot. So it's going to still have a length of 2 when we use delete. But the problem is that it's going to return back and have a blank entry. It's going to be empty for the first item with the index value of 0. To insert items into the array and to remove items from an array at a particular spot, I don't suggest to use delete. And I do suggest that you use the splice. So taking the array, and I'll set this just as we were before using the temp, and then we'll output the result. That's the response back from the action method for the array. So we can set splice, and splice can be done with just the one parameter. And if you just have one parameter, what it's going to do is it's going to splice the array at the certain point. And we'll also log out the result for the array. So run the function again. And in line 23 and 24, we see that when we splice out, we get an array that's returned back. So temp is now an array, and it contains the content that we spliced. So if we add more items into the array, so I'm going to just do a quick push here and add a few other items into the array before we splice it. And now when we do the splice, the array is going to contain multiple items in the splice. So this is the content that gets returned back, and this is the array that's being spliced. So returning back a new array with an update to the current array, now only containing the value of first. So the rest of the 4 values have now been removed, and that array has now been updated. So the array no longer contains all 5 items, it only contains the 1 item. You can also, with splice, specify where you want to end the splice. And before we do that, I'm going to create another array. I'll call this temp array. I'm going to add in some content in there so we can add multiple items back into our main array. And then we can use that for splicing. So if you want to add items to the array, with concatenate, we can create a new array from 2 arrays. So let's set this and create a new array from the 2 arrays. I'll call this array 1. And then creating the array, I'm going to select the values from both arrays and join them together. So that's specifying the first array, and then using the concat method and selecting the second array that I wanted to add in. And you can add multiple arrays, so you could comma separate it out and add that array multiple times into the main array. So that's going to give us a larger size main array. And again, when we are splicing, we're splicing at an index value and returning back the rest of the array contents into that temporary array. So that splice is going to return an array with all items after the index of 1, leaving the original array. So it's updating the array in place. Let's try another parameter within the splice. So the second argument is going to be the delete count, and this is optional. So where we want it to start, and then the number of items that we want to use for the delete count. So let's use 3 items in the delete count. So what that did is that removed out the 3 items, 1, 2, 3, created a new array in temp, and then left the rest of the remaining content there. So starting at index number 1 and left the remaining content in place. There's also, you can add elements to the array. So when we're using the splice, there's an option to add new items into the array while you're removing other items from the array at its index value. You can just comma separate out these elements that you're adding. So when we click it, now what's happened is that we've got the array in line 30. We've removed out the 1, 2, 3 that was initially in the array, and in its place, we've added the add 1, add 2, add 3. And then the rest of the array has continued as normal. I'll also update these so they're a little bit different so we can distinguish. And the reason that we had the 1, 2, 3, so this was coming from the temp array, and we added the temp array twice. That's where we ended up with 1, 2, 3 being added in twice into the original array, having a length of 9. And then we did some manipulation of it, and that updated the array. So this way we can clearly see what's been added, what was originally there, and then where we've added in when we did the push into the array, adding additional values. If you want to add items into the array without removing items using splice, so that would just be setting this value to be 0, and then wherever you want to do the insert into the array. And what this is going to do is this is going to add more content into the array without removing any content from the array. So the response back for temp is going to be empty because we're not adding anything in, but the response back for the new array is that at that point where we indicated index value of 3, that's where we added in the new values into that existing array content. There's also a slice method, so this returns a copy or portion of the array into a new array. So similar to splice, but this just needs a start and an end value for the array. So let's select, and you're going to use slice. So it only requires the 2 parameters. If I just do slice on its own, so click the button, and if I do the slice on its own, it's simply going to return back the initial array as is, and also within the slice it will return back the initial array. So now if we make an update to temp with the index value of 0, when we're listing out both of the arrays, it's duplicated the array, returned it back, creating a new array that's not actually going to be tied to the old array. So that way you can duplicate the array using the slice. We can also add in additional items, and we can have a start. We can use the index values and set a start and an end of the slice. So once again, creating a new array, and the same way that we did it with the slice, but with no arguments, we can select the slice and specify the start position of the slice using an index value, and that will return back the remaining part of the array after the slice. So we've got the 2 arrays now, and it's sliced out the first 5 items starting at index value number 5, and that's where this one is going to start, where the original index value was 5. You can also slice from the array, having an end as well. So if we want to start it at the first item in the array, and then return back up to index value number 4, and then generate that for the array. So we already sliced out part of the array, and now we're returning back 3 items starting at index value number 1, returning back for index value number 4. It's not going to affect the original array when we're slicing, so that array still remains in place and intact, but we can see what values we've actually sliced out is where the slice is, and then returning back just before 4, so returning back 3 items, and that's what we've got within the sliced array. So that allows you to return back a portion of the array using slice. Go ahead and try out the various array methods in order to get more comfortable and familiar with what you can do with arrays. I'm showing you how you can loop through the array contents. And one of them is if we create a bunch of divs on the page, just as we did here with the JavaScript code, we can use the query selector all, which creates a collection of items on the page. So it creates a node list which is going to function the same way as an array, and that's what we can use for each to loop through each one of those page elements, and then we can assign some values, even add click events, update the styling, and a whole lot more. So we can add these type of click trackings that are toggling red and black whenever the button gets clicked or whenever the element gets clicked. There's also adding to an array and then looping through each one of the items of the array in order to output the contents on the page. So whatever is within the input section, that's going to be added to the end of the array, looping through, outputting all of the array items using the for each. Also an example of the for loop where we're looping through all of the items that are currently available within the array. And that's going to make use of the array length property that's contained within the arrays. Creating a brand new JS file, we've linked to our HTML document, selecting the page elements as objects that we can use within the JavaScript code, as well created a blank array. So every time we press the button, what we want to do is we want to add in whatever is the value within the input and add that into the array. So selecting the array and then doing a push method into the array. We want to push whatever my input value is at the time. And then once we've got the array, so once we've added an item into the array, I want to also loop through all of the array contents and output the values. We know for the arrays, we can track an array length. So that can be used within a for loop in order to set the default values that we want to loop through. And there's also a few methods that we can use within the array methods in order to output the contents of an array. So if we want to just output all of the items that are currently within the array, we'll output it into the console and using the backticks so that we can bring in some of the dynamic values, so the variable values, so setting the value of I. So this is going to be giving the index value essentially for the array item. And then in order to return back the value, we can use that index value, which is going to be the value of I, in order to add the property value. So now every time we add to the array, now we've got two items into the array, we're looping through and we're outputting them into the console. We can add additional items, and every time it will loop through and output all of the contents into the console. There's also a way to use an array method, and that's going to be using the for each, which is the preferred way to loop through array contents. So let's select the array object, and using for each, we're going to loop through each one of the items and return it back as item. We can also get a few different arguments here where we can get the index value, and then we can get the array as an array object. And we'll output these first into the console. So the item that we've got, we can also get a value for the index, and then the array as a whole. So this is just going to reference that main array that we're looping through. So as we add items into the array, now we can see that this array is building, and as we add them, we run through each one, iterating through, starting with the item value, which is contained within the variable item, the index value, and then the array and the contents of the array at that point. So this is still referring to the main array, and as we know with arrays, if you update one of the array, it's also going to update the value within the connected array. So updating for array 1 will update the values into that main array. So that's just updating that first item in the array as test. And every time we run it, the main array as well is going to have that first item as test with the index value of 0. So let's create the output on the page. We're going to use the item value in order to create the output. And what I'll do is I'll do a console clear, so we can clear out the console content as we don't need this information. And we're going to be updating, adding to the HTML output. So creating an HTML element, just start that out as blank, and then taking HTML, we're going to append to HTML using the backticks. And as we loop through the array values, we can use the item variable in order to return back the value. And then after we've finished doing our loop and we've iterating through the loop, this is where we can rebuild and take output inner HTML and set that to the value of HTML. So now the more items that we add into the array, we're going to get them listed out. And if we ever want to update the way that this content is being output, I can add in a decimal place with the content. And then these are going to be the items that we currently have within the array. So every time we add new items, we can create a new page element. There's also what we can do is we can select the elements on the page as well by using the same type of loop. So if we had a bunch of divs on the page, I'll create a quick way to select and add some divs. So using a for loop and looping through. So let's add a bunch of divs on the page and then we'll iterate through them. So selecting and updating to the output area, inner HTML. We can just append to the inner HTML and we'll create a div. And then we can use the query selector all to select the divs. So give it a name there, test div. And then once we've created all of the divs on the page, we can select the divs into an object. So using the document query selector all, select all of the divs on the page. And then using the for each, we can loop through the elements and return back each individual element. And then as we loop through the elements, we can update some of the content of those elements. In addition, we can add a click event to the element object. So we'll output the element. And so there's all of the elements on the page being output that are created. Let's console log the results for else. And the results for else, so we've got all of the divs in there, and then we can see them being output to the page. So those are all of the element divs. So let's add event listeners to the element. So doing an onClick method, just as we did with the main one, and then assigning a value to it. So this can be a function, or we can do it as an anonymous function. And we'll capture the event object of each one of these elements. And then as they get clicked, we can console log the element, and also we'll console log the event object as well. So there's the element that we logged. So let me clear that. And when we click it, so we've added an event listener to the element, as well as we're capturing the event object. Within the event object, you can select the element that triggered the event, and that's contained within the eTarget. So let's select the eTarget object, and we'll do a console clear every time one of these elements gets clicked. So there's the console clear. There's the element that was selected, such as being highlighted. And because we're attaching it to the main parent div, it's actually attaching to all of the divs that are nested in there. So we've got a main event object that is running on the main div. And so we need to be more selective of the divs. So let's only select the divs that are contained within a div. And we'll run that again. And so this time we've got the 10 divs. And this is all each individual one will now be able to be selected whenever we're making a click on the event object. So the event object now isn't on the main div. By being more specific with our query selector, we're able to capture all of the child divs. So now that we can set the element, we can apply a value to those elements. So creating, and as we loop through each one of the elements, we can set a value into the element. And this is because the element is an object. So let's set a value of val to 0. And then whenever the element gets clicked, we're going to update the value of the element. And we're also going to update the inner text of the element to have the value of the element value. So we'll increment element value by 1. So this could be a numeric value when it gets clicked. And then we're going to be outputting that element value to was clicked. So now each one of these elements is going to have its own tracking because these events are registered separately whenever it gets clicked. And so just as we saw, we can also update the style. So if we want to set the style color to be red when it gets clicked, you can also have a condition within the click event to check to see if the element style color is red. And if it is, then we can change it to another color. Otherwise, we can set it to be red. So essentially toggling the red on and off. So now every time we click it, it's going to toggle it to red and undo the red. And this is each one of these elements now has its own event listener attached to it. So that's how you can use the for each method in order to loop through the arrays. And the for each method allows you to have a cleaner output within the code that you can select the item, the index value, and the array the same way as you do with the for loop, but this provides a better way using the array method in order to output those values. So go ahead and try it out and create whenever we add to the button, it adds to the current array values. Whenever the page loads, create a separate clicker on a number of different elements that get added to the page with JavaScript code. And then loop through the array contents, both using the for each as well as the for loop, and you're going to be ready to move on to the next lesson. We're going to be covering how different array methods and how you can create new arrays from the original array using the map, the filter, and then also how we can reduce using the previous values, adding them together and getting a total value for the items within the array, how we can apply and check for a particular condition, returning back whether it's true or false, and then also for sum, so that will return back a value of true if some of the items in the array meet the condition. And this everyone will have to return back only true if all of them meet the condition. We're also going to be taking whatever we've got for the input value here and multiplying it by the values within the array and then outputting the results as we iterate through them. And creating the brand new array from the values from the original array, we're simply multiplying it and providing the results. So creating a new array with the multiplied results of the original array. Start by creating an array that we're going to use globally within the web page. And this can contain a series of string values. I'm just going to add in a few different string values here, counting all the way up from 1 to 5. So that gives us an array that we can work with. So whenever the button gets clicked, what I want to do is I want to loop through the array and make some updates to the contents of the array and then output that onto the page. So creating a new array, and this is an array that's going to be based on the contents of that original array. And this is going to be using the array map method. And what map does is it allows us to create a function essentially using the parameters of the array in this type of format. So we can get the item, we can also get the index value, as well as the main parent array itself, and return all of those back within the map. And then the map is going to iterate through each one of the items, and then whatever we're returning is going to be what is going to build the contents of the new array. So if I return back the item, what's going to happen is that now we're going to be duplicating that initial array into the second array. So it's not going to be making any changes, but it's just going to be looping through each one of the items. There it is looping through. It can get the index, it can get the main array as well, and then make some updates to the content. So if we wanted to make some updates to it, so let's return back the item and we'll update the value of the content that we're returning. So we'll still return back item as a string value, and then we'll also include whatever we've got for the index. And now let's return that back into the array. So this gives us an option and a way to construct a new array and apply some functionality to the contents of the original array as we can iterate through them. So if we had an array, and let's create another temp array, and I'll set this one just to be blank, and then using a for loop, we'll create a bunch of items within this array. So these will all be numeric values. And we'll take temp1 and push whatever we've got the value of I into the array. So that will create a new array called temp1 with a bunch of numbers in there. Let's randomize the numbers that we're creating. So get a random value. So using the math, multiply that by 100. So that will return back a random number that then we can add into the array. So it's not going to be all sequential. And that's the temp1 array. So a bunch of random numbers in there. Array that we just created, so that's going to be temp1, and then map, and go through, reach out each one of the values that are there, and return back the value times 2. So that will build a second array with the values from the first array, and we're just going to multiply them. So whenever that gets clicked, so that's going to take whatever we've got for the first array, and that's going to be temp1, and duplicate all of the values using the map. And that's a shorthand format that you can use when you are writing the map. There's also a filter. So this is a way to create a new array, just like the map, using the filter. And what it does is it checks to see if the array contents are going to match whatever we're filtering for. So looking through and filter, we'll take the value, so we're going to use the numeric values, and instead of map, this time we're going to be doing filter. And it works very similar to what we saw with map, where we can get the value, the index, the array, and then we've got the results here that we can loop through. And if we want to return back only the values that are larger than 50, we can return those back. So if this is true, then it's going to return back the value of val and construct a new array out of that. So this new array will have filtered through that original array, and it will only contain values that are larger than 50. And that's how you can use filter in order to create a new array. There's also array reduce. So this allows us to perform a calculation on the preceding element. So let's take that and we'll assign it to a new array, and we'll use the numeric value and then use the reduce in order to run the reduce method. And I'll output the value of array 4. So this is the final resulting value for array 4. So for the reduce, we can pass in either a callback function, or we can pass in the arrow function format directly within the reduce. So it can have a number of different parameters within the reduce, where we're going to take in the previous value, we can take the current value, and we've also got the index and the array, and then use those within a function returning back the values. So I'll output into the console what we have for previous. I'll also output into the console what we have for current. And for the array reduce, we'll take the previous plus the current value and return that back as the value for array 4. So click the button and we get a result of 714. So as we're looping through the contents of array, so we get 69 and we have 80 as the current value, 89 as the previous value, 80 as the current value. So that's going to be in line with what we have for the array, where we have a value for the array itself of 89, 80, 67, 42. So starting with 89, that's going to be the previous value. Current value is 80. The previous value on the next iteration is 169. So that's adding the previous and the current together. And that's the result that we're getting there. And then it's continuously adding them all together until we end up with the final result, which is going to be 653 plus 61. And that's where we get a result back of 714. So this isn't actually going to be an array. It's going to be the reduced value when it iterates through all of the items within the array and does a calculated return of those values. Every method, and let's loop through this. We'll use the numeric one as well. And this can take in each value that we've got within the array, the index and the array itself, just like the other methods that we've seen. And we can return back all of the values that are going to be matching what we're looking for. So let's return back only the values where value is going to be larger or less than 70. So that's what we're going to be returning back. And we'll see the result that we have for array number 5. So click the button. And this is a Boolean value that gets returned back because we're making a check to see if the values are less than 70. And if any one of them fails, then we're going to end up with the result of false. So let's return back all of the results that are less than 150. And so now we get a value of true because they all passed on being less than 150. If you want, you can console log out the value of each one of the items within the array and see that we've got all of these values and they are all less than 150. So that's where we end up getting a true result. So this is returning back a Boolean on the condition, and they all have to be true. And reduce is just returning back a total of all the items within the array. There's also sum. So similar to every, and this is going to go through each one of the items and check to see if some are going to be matching the value. So for this one, let's do a value of 50, and I'll output the result of sum using the sum method into the console. So that comes back as true because some of these are true that they're less than 50. And as long as one of them is true, it's going to come back as being true for those items. So let's update the input and set an attribute, updating the type to be a number. And I'm going to change the value of the input to be numeric value of 10. And we'll take the contents of the array and using the map, we'll create a brand new array that we can then output to the page. So this will be using array number 7. And we're going to be mapping the values and returning back the value of the item and multiplying the value by whatever we've got for the input value coming from the input field. And then we can use the for each method to loop through each one of the elements and return back an output. So let's create a variable that we can use to output some content into, and then append to that element HTML content a div that's going to contain the results of the item within the array. And we'll also use the index value and then output here, selecting the contents of the original array by its index value, as the index values are going to be the same. And that was multiplied by what we have as the my input value. And the result is going to be the equaled value for the element within the new array that we've constructed. Take output and update the inner HTML with the result of HTML. And within the console here, I'll output the value of value. So try it out. And looks like we did throw an error there because we're updating and multiplying the wrong array. So we want to make sure that we're using the one with the numeric values, as otherwise we're not returning back a number. So let's do a quick update to the array where we're mapping. And this time it should work a little bit better. And we also have to update this one in order to match the index values. So now we've got all of the items from the array. We've multiplied it by 10, and those are the resulting values. So you can enter in different values, and it will change and multiply and provide you the results of those values multiplied by this value. Go ahead and give it a try, and try out the different array methods that we've covered in this lesson to become more familiar with what you can do with arrays and the various methods. This lesson, we're going to be looking at ways to sort arrays, update arrays. We can filter arrays, so if we want to only return back the strings that are within an array, we can check using the filter for particular data type and only return back the strings. Also, how you can select a random item from the array by randomizing and using the math random for its index value, and how you can sort the array, how you can reverse sort the array in place, how you can also sort and randomize the items in the array to a random order using the sort method, and then output them all on the page, converting them to strings so that we can see all the different variations. And this is just the same array being randomized, and we're outputting it as a string on the page. Starting file for this lesson is going to take some of the values from the previous lesson and connecting to the HTML, updating the attribute, creating an array with some string values, and then adding to that existing array some numeric values using the random method, math random. So just outputting that array into the console. So that gives us an array with 15 items from index value of 0 all the way up to index value of 14 for the last item. So I want to create a new array when the button is clicked and only retrieve back from that array the values that have a data type of number. And this is where we can use the existing array and the filter method and filtering out the element items. In order to apply the filter, we're going to make sure that each one of the items has a data type of number. So do a return and type of for the element and make sure that it's equal to number. And now let's log out the console one array, click the button. So that filters only the number values. We can also only take out the strings if we want as well from the array. So when we click the button, that will return back just the strings. So that's how you can use filter in order to make sure that you have a particular data type and clean up the array with that data type. There's also the sorts and how we can select a random item from the array. So in order to select a random value from our existing array, you could loop through the array and using a math random on selecting the index value. So that's going to be our temporary index value. And then using the math floor and math random, we multiply it by the array length. And what this will do, this is going to return back an index value that can select a random item from the main array. And then within the output, the inner HTML, let's just add whatever that random item is. Random array item with index of, and this is going to be the index value that we're generating randomly. And the value of the item is going to be from the array using the index as the random value. So click the button and our random item with an index value of 5 is going to be the value of 30. So let's check our array and make sure that we do have something with an index value of 5, and that's going to be equal to 30. Index value of 7 is going to return back 95. Index value of 13 is going to be 56. So this way we can select random items from the array. We can also get a random item using the sort. So with the sort of the array items, let's update, and we'll create an HTML element that we can update and as we loop through the array items. And we'll create a variable that will first be true, and then we can convert it to false. So every time we click it, we're going to change the sort order of the items in the array, and we're going to sort them alphabetically and numerically, and then also do a reverse sort on the array. And this actually sorts the array in place. So we'll check to see if boo is true. And if it is, then we do an array sort. So that's going to sort the array in place. Else, do an array and do the reverse sort on the array. And then as we have the array, using the for each, we'll loop through each one of the elements of the array and update the HTML, adding to it the value of the element. And we'll also track the index value. So I need the second bracket for that one. And we'll track the index value of the item, as well as add it to the HTML. And then the output inner HTML is going to be adding the HTML content to it. So this is selected a random item, and now we've sorted the array. We need to update the Boolean. So if the Boolean is true, then we're going to set the Boolean to false. So that will give us a way to toggle the orders. And I'm going to update this to have a div wrapped around it. So this gives us the original order. Next, we're reverse order. So that's going to be with the largest character first. And when we're doing a sort order, it's going to treat the numbers as if they were string values. And that's where we get this type of effect where we have all of the numbers first. And if we did have a number such as 4, it's going to come just before 44 and 49 and 49. So it's sorting it within this type of order where 4, 44, 49, but 4 actually comes after 39. So it's not taking the numeric, it's taking the first character and sorting them. We can also sort the array contents in order as well, and then we could do that as a loop through. So let's go ahead and we're going to add the array sort order to the HTML, and just converting the array to string, we'll convert it into a string, and I'll wrap that with the div so that we can see what the current value of the array is. And then I'm going to randomize the order of the items in the array. And then we can also do that and convert it into a string and then add that to the HTML at that point as well. And then we'll also loop through the items. So sort method for arrays allows us to change the sort order. So using the same sort method, which is going to sort the array in place, it can expect a parameter callback here that can be a function, and then this function can change the sort order. So depending on if the result is going to be a negative or a positive value, it'll change the sort order. So let's try that. And now we're sorting it within this type of order, where this is going to be a reverse order on the -1. And on the +1, the order is going to be in the regular sort order. So what we want to do is we want to randomize this, whether it's a positive or a negative, and that we can do with the math random, and then just subtract a 0.5 from it. So the result here will be that it might be positive or negative, so it's got about a 50-50 chance, and that gives us a way to randomize the items in the array. So every time we click it, it'll create a new random variation of the array. So if we were to create a for loop and run through this 10 times, I should be set to 0, and then loop through and run this block of code 10 times, outputting it every time into the web page. Every time it runs through, the order of the array is going to be all randomized and change. So that gives us a way to have a way to randomize the arrays. And we can also select the items then. So if we want to have a random item from the array, we could always use the first item, and that would always be changing because it's randomizing the order of the contents of the array. So try it out and check out how you can get a random value from the array, selecting its index randomly, and then also how you can change the sort order of the array and also randomize the order of the items in the array. And you're going to be ready to move on to the next lesson. Going to be exploring different ways to search content within the array to return back the items in the array. So I've got some string values, I've got a string with a number inside, and a couple number values. So we've got a few different methods that we're going to be trying, including includes, index of, last index of, and then we've got a few find queries that we're going to be checking different arguments here, different conditions, and then returning back the result. Find will return back the first matching value from the array that matches that search parameter. So this is the array that we're using. So let's go ahead and we're going to try the first item. And so the results here are that it was found. It is included. It does have an index value of 0, so that's the first item in the array. And then these finds are only looking on specific conditions. So the first find is looking for if it's a data type of a number. Second one is looking for a value that's equal to the input value. And then the third one is looking to see if the value of v is greater than 10. And it's returning back the first matching results. That's why we're seeing 50, because 50 is the first number that we have within the array. 100 is the first value that is above 10, so it's also including the strings as well as the numbers. And then the matching for v equals val, which is the input value, is going to be the result that we found. Let's try 100, and 100 was found. We do have an index value, and then we do get these matching results. So find 1 and find 3 are not going to change because they're looking within the array for a value as they're iterating through the items in the array. Let's go on to 10, and we'll see if we find 10. So we see that the includes does not include number data types, so it was only looking for strings, so it's not going to find a match on that. And the input is a string value by default, so that's where we're not able to find it. We're not able to find it using the index of, but we are able to find it using the find method, where we're matching them and we're only using the two equal signs, so that means that it's not considering the data type. We're going to look at some array methods that we can check to see values that are contained within the array. So going over to the JavaScript file, we've already set up the connection to the page elements. Whenever the button gets clicked, it's going to run the function. Let's also set up a default array that we can use for testing purposes to check to see if different values are present within the array. We want to check within the array, once the button is clicked, if the input value that's added into the input field is contained within the array. So let's select the value that we're checking and then return back the result from the array using the includes. So this is another array method that we can check to see if a value is included. Let's check for the response and add it into the console, and now we can try it out. So add in, then write in the string that you want to search for, and it's going to come back as true if it exists. And if it doesn't exist, then it's going to come back as false. The numbers are not going to be picked up. So the strings are the only ones that get picked up. So 100 is true. The numbers for includes are not going to get picked up because these are not coming in as strings. So it is also looking for the data type. So for using includes, we can only pick it up with the data type. Let's also try another one where we can do the index of. So this is going to return back the index position of the item that we're searching for in the array, and then index of the value that we want to check, and using index of will return back the first item that it finds that has that index value. If it's not found within the array, it returns back the index value of -1. There's also a last index of, so this will return back the index value of the last item that it finds that's going to be matching the results. So we'll just add in last there, and instead of index of, this is going to use the last index of, and then we capitalize index, and using that same structure, let's output that into the console as well, where we can check to see if the item is found. So let's add in 100, and that's going to return back the index position of 2 because that's the second, and that's got the index value of 2, and it was found within the array. So this one comes back as true as well. Let's try 50. So we saw that includes isn't going to work, and the index values as well aren't going to work because it's looking for a numeric value and the data type is going to be different, so it's not returning back the string value. There's another one called find. So this find method returns the value of the first element that passes the test. So this allows us to put a test in that we can check upon. So call it find value. Within the array, we specify the array, the function, and selecting the item value for the condition that we want to match upon. So it's going to return back the first a result, and we've already used val for the input value. That's going to be the item. So this will return back the first matching result for the condition, and we'll do a type of, so searching for whatever the value of v is going to be, and the first one that's going to match the number data type and output that into the console just below here. So that's called finder value, and we can return that result back. So let's type in test. And this one will, no matter what, it's not actually going to be based on what we've got for the input value. It's simply going to be returning back the value that's going to be matching the result. If we were to do return back of the value with the item in the array that is going to match, so we'll take that and return back a position value. And here we can check to see if v is matching the value, and we'll output that into the console as well. So that's finder value p, and looking for a value of 50. So that's going to return back the value of 50. If we're looking for 33, the result for finder p is going to be undefined because that's not finding that value in the array. Let's see if we can find 10. So that returns back 10. See if we can find 100. So that's going to return back the value of 100. So if there is a response back, this is one way that you can get around the different data types using the find. And if you do return back the result, if it's not undefined, that means that the item was found within the array, and regardless of the data type. Also for the find, you can set different values, such as if you want it to set a number condition and checking to see if the value of v is larger than 10, it will return back the first matching result for that. So this is going to automatically return back the first matching result for the value of the v being larger than 10. So returning back 100 on that condition. So it's matching that the string value of 100 is going to be larger. Let's add in a response back to the user, and we'll update some values within the HTML. So we'll set that as just a blank, or we can actually provide back some feedback to the user. We'll call it search results 4, and then the value that was input. Let's wrap this with an h2, so put it as a heading 2. And then as we return back the results, we can output the values. We'll create a ternary operator, as we're already checking to see if it includes. So for HTML, we'll add to the HTML, set up a div, and then output the resulting values, and then what we have for includes. Can also check and create a message. So this can be like a ternary operator where we've got a result back for here, which is going to be a Boolean value. And then using the Boolean value in the ternary operator, we can create a custom message, whether it was found or not found. Say it was found, and this one will say not found. And so within the message, let's update the HTML with the message value. So it's going to be incrementing the HTML that we're outputting, and this will include the message value for the response back. And I can even also include the val. So that's the search parameter. I just write whatever, if it was found or not found. Let's also update the HTML on the other values. And I'll just do index of, and then this is the response back for the index position. Select the, and we'll get the last index position. Call that index last, and this is going to return back the index position of the last matching item. Also for the next line, for the HTML, we'll return back what we get for the find, and this will be the result for find 1. The find, and here we can add in the result for the second find argument that we're trying. And next, let's add in, and we'll do for the third one as well. And then lastly, we're going to output this into the HTML so that it's visible to the user. So that's the find number. And then after we've constructed the HTML, we'll set the inner HTML of the output div to be the HTML variable value that we've just created. So let's try it out, and visually now we should see some results. So test not found includes false, index of, and those are the index values. So it still did find 50. It found undefined for the second find test. Let's check to see if we've got a value that we are looking for. So this string value was found, It looks like I do need to close off the H2 so that they're not all large. And let's try a value of 100. So this one is the string value. And we see that for the includes, it was found because it's looking for a string. So that's true. It found it by its index. And then all of these ones were able to find a value. Let's try 50. And 50 was not found with the includes. So it returned back a false. The index values of those also were false. And the only one that actually worked was the find, where we were checking to see if the value is equal to the val. So that item value within the array is equal to val, and if it is, then it simply is just returning back that value. So it's not returning back a Boolean value, but it is returning back a value of something that's not undefined, and you could use that for a more accurate way of checking through your array, including numbers and string values. So go ahead and try it out to become more familiar with what you can do with array and array methods, and specifically finding items that are contained within the array. And you'll be ready to move on to the next lesson. String methods allow us to select string content, and as we saw with the array methods, they give us a powerful way to interact with the strings, where we can return back a length. We can check to see if a particular value is included within the string using the includes method. There's also a slice where we can return back a piece of the string, specifying the index values where we want to start and stop, transforming it to lowercase, transforming it to uppercase, checking and replacing items within the string. So there's examples here of replace, using replace with the regular expression and the flag G. So that will select all of the matching values that we're replacing. And there's also a new replace all. So those are the three examples of how you can use the replace. Also for the index of, returns back the first matching index value of the result. For also last index, so returns back the last index value for the matching result. Search also allows us to return back an index value from the contents of the string. And there's also a function that we're going to be creating that's going to allow us to capitalize the content of the input. So that would be breaking it apart, turning it into an array, using an array method to loop through all of the words that are contained within the sentence, and then transforming those words to uppercase using string methods, and then lastly joining it together and returning it back as a capitalized set of words coming from the lowercase. So this is all being generated from the input. So that gives a quick overview of the contents of the input, manipulating the input contents using the string methods. We're going to be making use of string methods. So let's create and update the input value that we have for the input. So selecting my input, and I'm going to set a value. It's just going to be using a string, and that's going to be my name. So string methods are only available on strings. If we want to get the length of the content within the input, we can return that back as well. So I'm going to create an HTML element that's going to be looking at the string and then returning back some results from the string. So first off, let's get the input value. So whatever the current input value is when the button gets clicked, and we'll output that into the HTML. And then just down below, the inner HTML to whatever we have for the result for the HTML. So now when we click it, we're just getting whatever we have as the input. So that's the string that we're going to be working with. We want to find out the length of the string. And just like arrays, we can get a length, and that's going to be a property that's contained within the string. And we can get that by using val length. We can also update that and output that into the HTML. So let's do it this way and just put the string length directly within the same statement. So that will save us some time on that. We can also find different characters, testing to see if a character contains a particular value. So this is where we can use includes, and it'll check to see if a particular value is included. I'm going to call this in checker for the response on this one. And taking the string and then using includes and whatever string value that we want to check to see if it's included. So I'll just check for the last name there to be included, and then we can output a result. And this is actually going to be a Boolean value. So for this one, we can set it up as a ternary operator, because this is going to return back a Boolean result. So let's try that. So it's returning back true. If it's no longer there, then it's going to return back false on that item. So we can use this in order to create a response message. And you can do this within one statement as well. And let's make this dynamic. So that's going to be the key that we're looking for. And then returning that back if it's available. And if the in checker comes back as true, and this is a ternary operator. I'm also going to update the word wrap so that we can see the statement on one line. And now let's update the HTML that we're outputting, and then whatever we have for the message value. So that was there, and I'm actually going to increment the increase add to the HTML so that we're generating more information. So that's going to be the term. The length is 15. That value was there. So that way we can check to see if content is within the string. If we want to get the first few letters of the string, we can do that as well using a slice. And we don't have to separate out the methods, where we can simply do the slice for the string. So the string is contained within value, slice, and if we want to return back the characters, so starting just before starting at 1 and returning back 5. So it's going to be a slice 1 to 5. So 1 to 5 of the slice returns back, because this is just like the arrays, 0 based. So we're going to return back the 4 characters and ending at the 5th spot. You can try a few other slices. So if we want to return back the starting at the first character and return back the first 3. So this is going to be a slice of position 0 to 3. Let's click that. So that returns back the first 3 characters that are contained within the string. And that's how we can use slice. You can also change the case of the string. That's another string method that's very useful. So you can do it to lowercase, you can do it to uppercase, lower and upper. And then we just take the string value and we apply the to lower case method, and it does need the rounded brackets. And then the other one is to upper case rounded brackets. So lower, upper, so it changes string values. We can also replace content within the string. So creating a new updated string value. So our updated string, and it's going to return back a new string from the original string. So using replace, and we need to specify what character we want to take and what do we want to replace it with. So we'll take the E and replace it with an X, and then output into the HTML the new updated string. And this will just have the string value. So it's not going to update the original string in place, it's going to create a new version. And there we have the update to the string. If we want to replace all, so the replace is only going to replace the first item that it finds. So if we want to replace all, you could use a regular expression in order to do that. So that can be using the flag, and it does accept the regular expressions. So update this for the regular expression that it's going to be looking for. So instead of a string value, it's looking for the E character, and we want to replace it globally, so use the global flag for the replacement. And then we output that as the second item. So that actually captured all of the elements that we want it to replace. There's also a replace all, and that's another way that you can replace all of the items. So this is newer in the newer versions of JavaScript, and most of the modern browsers will have this, but there is some caution because it might not always be available within all the browsers. So that will replace all of the E's. There's also the index values, so this can look for set of characters or just one character. So this is going to return back the index. And we'll try that as index 1. So what we're doing is we're going to be finding the index value of the first matching item to this within the string. So looking within the string, we can use just the one character, we can use multiple values. So if we want to return back where we have the RE and see the index of that result. So it's going to find it at index value 3. There's also the last index of, just as we saw with the arrays. So last index of. So maybe we can just use the one character, and I'll set that to index 2, and we'll return the results of this. So this is last index of. It's returning back 11. Let's update the string. So that's going to update to the last index of. So we can use either just the one character, or we could use multiple characters. There's also a search. So search allows us to search the string for a value. And this is going to return back the position of the found result. So looking for and using search and the result for the search. So search is going to return back a value of 4. So that's going to be the index value of the item that we're searching for. So similar to index of, where it returns back the search result. So if we don't have anything for it, just like the index of, it's going to return back a value of -1. There's also the trimming of the white space of the input. So in this case, we can have white space there, so it gives us a length of 12, but we only see the 4 characters. So doing a trim allows us to trim the content, and the white space isn't going to be output into the HTML, as we know the HTML is going to be removing the white space. So when we are selecting the element and getting the string value, we can also chain a trim to it. So this is going to trim the excess space around the string value. So automatically it's just removing it. It's not making any changes to what we have, and our length is staying the same, because when we're taking the input, and this is always a good idea when you do have inputs, to trim any excess white space that might be surrounding a string value. Let's create a function that will capitalize all of the first letters of the words. So right now, if we do have a string, we can bring it to lowercase, we can bring it to uppercase, but we can't capitalize. So creating a function that can manage that, I'll call it make cap, and this is going to be expecting the words. So we might have more than one word in there. So first we want to take the words and we want to divide them up. So splitting the array and turning the words into an array. And we use an array method for that. And that's using the split. And we want to split it with the spaces. And then take the array, and now that it's an array, we can use the array method where we loop through each one of the words, and then take the word and we're going to make that to uppercase. So creating a temporary array that then we can add the new set of words into. And for each word, we want to uppercase the first letter. So we can use the character at and use the to uppercase in order to capitalize the first letter. And then we want to slice out the remaining characters from the string, so whatever the remaining letters are. And we also have to specify this is going to be the word, taking character at 0 and transforming it to uppercase. And I'll just call that F, so we have that on one line. Taking the word and using the slicing at position 1. And we can console log those out. So that's the first letter, and then we can add to it the remaining letters. So we'll output that into the console. And so we also want to take temp and push this into the temporary array, return the temporary array, but join it together. So that will rebuild the words and capitalize the words. So let's output that into the HTML. And now we should have this as capitals and sending into the make capital function the content from the input value. So it's turned it into capitals. let's add in some lowercase so it's able to capitalize all of the content and return it back within a capitalized format. So you can create a custom function in order to manage that, in order to capitalize all of the words. So we did have to use a combination of the array methods alongside with the string methods in order to accomplish this. So go ahead and try it out. Try out some of the string methods as they're going to come in useful in the upcoming lessons. We're going to be making a quick game where we're going to be scrambling some words from an array and then outputting them to the user in order to guess the words. So this can be a multiple words, or it can just be a single word that we're using. So here we've got an output, and if we enter in a wrong value, we see the wrong value and we get a big X there in front of it, and till we get the value correct, and then it will tell us correct, it was HTML in the output, and allow us to start a new game. The new game will provide another scrambled word from the array. As long as we're getting it correct, it will allow us to restart the game. So we can have multiple attempts at the game. And there's also, if it's two words, then it'll scramble the words but keep them intact. So in this case, it's scrambled the word Laurence Svekis, and it's kept them intact. So we can check it, and it's going to return back that this is the correct answer. This lesson, we're going to be creating a word scramble game. So creating an array, and the array is where we're going to contain all of the words that we want to scramble. So let's try a few different ones. And we can have multiple phrases actually that we're going to be scrambling. And it's going to be case sensitive, so we're going to make them all lowercase. So when the button is clicked, we're going to check to see, so randomly we want to select one of those values from the game. So let's create a function in order to start the game. And I'll just call this starter. So this is what's going to kick off as soon as the web page loads, and this is going to select an element from the array, so a random value from the array. And just as we saw before, we can select a random value, randomizing, getting an index value from the items in the array. So selecting and creating a random index value using the math floor will return back a value, and math random, and multiply this by the array length. So this makes it dynamic, where we're automatically getting an index value for the item in the array. So this is going to be the word that we're going to be using. I'm going to also create a game object, and the game object is where we can store information. So we're going to store within the game object the hidden word. So right now it's just going to be blank, and we're going to populate that with the value that's coming from the array. So now that we've selected a random index value from the array, we can associate the game hidden to a value of the array using the index value. So that's going to return back a string that's coming from the array. And this is how we're going to start the content off. And we want to output this. So we want to scramble that word and output it into the output area. So select the output area, and let's update and add the inner text to whatever we've got for the game hidden. So click the button, and we want to launch the starter. So we need a way to launch the starter function. So that's going to just get run right away. So every time we load it, we have a potential of selecting a different value that's coming from the array of strings that we are looking at. Let's add in a few other ones. And this will dynamically change, loading a default value that we want to scramble. So create a function that's going to scramble the words. And we do have an option here that we might have multiple words. So we need to break that apart and then return the words back within the same structure. So create a function, and I'll call it maker. So it'll take in the words. It might have multiple words, it might just have the one. And let's create an array. So the temporary array that we're using within the function is going to take the input value, and then using the split, let's split it via the spacing. and we'll console log out what we have for the temp array. Within the function, the starter function, we want to get the response back from the temporary words. So this will return back a value from temp array. We'll pass in whatever we have for the game hidden string. So that creates an array, and then the array that is being sent back, and we're outputting that on the page. So because this is an array, we also want to join it back together the same way that we split it using the spacing. So in case we end up with a 2-word selection, it's going to return it back the same way that it's been sent in. So if we have 2 words, it'll return back the 2 words. So now the next step that we want to do is loop through and create a holding array. So this is our holding array. And now that we've got the words separated using the temporary split, using the for each, so the array method, we can loop through each one of the words and then make some updates to it. Let's take the word and we're going to transform it to lowercase. And the reason that I'm doing that is that in case these are uppercase characters here, we want to be able to match them against the lowercase. So just assign the value of word to be lowercase. And let's take the letters from the word, and once again using split, but this time with no space. So this will split all of the letters in the word into an array. And then using the array sort, we can sort this in place. So if we want to do it alphabetically, that will just do the sort alphabetically, and then we'll randomize the order of the items from the array. And then for the holder array, let's add to it and push into it the new sort. And we want to bring the letters back together, and the same way we did the join down here, we can join that together without any space. So that's going to push it into the holder. And the holder array is the one that we're going to be returning back to the user. So now that we've got that, it's outputting the values and returning it back to the user. So we want to instead update the inner text with what we've got here for the response back. And now this is going to provide sorted version of the letters. And if we want to randomize those, we can use the math random, where we've got the sort option in order to return back either a positive or a negative. So using the math random, subtract a 0.5, which will convert it either positive or negative. So now when I refresh it, it's providing me a sort order of the contents. So now we can check to see if we have a solution. And if we do have a solution, so when the user enters in a value here, we're going to check to see if this value is going to be the same one as we've got for the hidden value. And I'm also going to transform it all to lowercase. So when the user has an input, and I'll assign that to check value. So the current value of the my input value, and because this is going to be a string, convert it to lowercase. And then we can have a condition that has the check value and see if it's equal to the game hidden value. And if it is, then we'll output correct. Otherwise, we'll output wrong into the console. So try it out, and I know that this one is going to be HTML, so it's correct. And if it's not, or if we've got some extra characters in there, it will return back wrong. So if it is correct, then we want to have an option to restart the game. So we'll update the button and we'll hide the input field. So update the button. So when that gets clicked, that will launch a new game, and we'll provide some feedback within the output area. So take the output inner HTML and then just add to that. And you can do it as a div or a span. So this is just going to be adding to the element. I'll just say correct. And if it's wrong, then we'll set the input style border. So we'll set the border to be red. We'll set the border to be black if it is correct. And then within the starter as well, let's set the border to be black. So if we enter something wrong, it'll go red. And every time we click it, and then when we do get it right, it'll say new game. I'm also going to hide my input. So set the display, and let's try it out. So this one should be JavaScript. And when we clicked it, it says correct. And now we can launch a new game. I'll also update this, whatever value that the user has entered. And you can change the game experience for the user as needed. And then when we do start the game, we'll update this to display as block. So correct, it was code. And it looks like we're adding to it. So we don't want to be adding to it. We just want to be updating the HTML of it. And let's update the inner HTML. And that's why it looks like we're getting multiple items there being added. So we'll just update the entire element to contain the div. Let's try it if we get it correct. Correct, it was JavaScript new game. So we need to reset and restart. And we can do a check here to see if the button text content is new game. So do a check button text content and see if it's equal to new game. And that way we can just reuse the same button. And if it is, then we launch the starter function. And if it's not, then we can just use the content that we already were using and just wrap that. And then this can also just be indented so it's more readable. So try it, and it's just wrong there. So this should be HTML. Correct, it was HTML. So now it gives us a new value. Let's also clear out the input. So my input value, we should clear that when we start a new game. So just set it to be blank. There's also no feedback when it's incorrect. So we can add to the HTML if we want. We can update and we can add to it that it was incorrect. And we'll just add to wrong the HTML. So now every time I get it wrong, I can see what I'm tracking for wrong. And maybe for this element, we can add in a style for color and then set that to be red. So once I get it correct, we start a new game that will clear out that existing content from the game. And we need to update the button content to say when we hit the starter, and it'll say check answer. So let's try that. And when we get it wrong, and then once we get it right, that's where we're having the issue. So we get correct, it was HTML. We start again. And once again, it's tracking the wrong until we do get it correct. Then it will ask us to start tracking. So let's try that, and lastly we get it correct. So it looks like it's working. Run through it a few times just to make sure there's no bugs. And this way you can make a quick word scramble game using JavaScript and the different array and string methods that we've covered in the previous lessons. Going to be looking at serializing, how we can use a JSON stringify to convert an array or an object into a string. And as well, we're going to be taking the arrays and objects using the JSON parse and converting them back into usable arrays and objects, and storing them into local storage that only accepts string values that we can retrieve back from local storage. So this content right now is being stored into the local storage. We're storing an object with a status, a user, and a v value. If you click the button, that updates this. And this is the content once again being stored in the local storage. And what that means is that this is stored within the browser. When we reload the web page, we can access that content using the key in order to retrieve back the string value that's associated with it. So now we can refresh the page, and refreshing the page is not going to remove out because this content is stored in local storage. This lesson, we're going to be storing a value into the local storage and then outputting that within the output area when the page loads. So let's first check to see if there is any content within the local storage. Local storage does require a string value. So just a quick example of how we can create strings if we do have an array and we can't store this within as an array. So we need to convert this into a string. So you can do that when you've got an array, and if you wanted a string version of the array, using the JSON stringify method allows us to serialize the array. And then within the console, let's output the serialized version of the array. So now this array is going to be a string. We can't open it up within the console because it's a string, and just like any other string, it's just going to show up black on the one line of code. There's also for the objects. So if we have an object and we can serialize the object as well. So this converts it into a string format. And there's actually also a way to convert it back into a usable array or object format once we've done the conversion. So let's create another string, and this is going to be the string of the object. And JSON stringify once again in order to stringify the object contents. And then I'll output that into the console as well. So that's this string representation of the object. So once again, outputs it as one string value. So this is useful within the local storage because the local storage only allows us to store a string value, and it allows us to store a string value using a key in order to retrieve the string value. So once we have it within a string, we can convert them back into objects and arrays. So setting up as an array, and this is not going to tie it to the same array, it's going to create a completely separate array. And this is where we've got the string array. So using the JSON parse method, this will convert it back into a usable object. So once we output it into the console, we're going to see the results and we can open it. We've got all of the properties that we had with the arrays, and we'll also do that for the object as well to convert it back into a usable object. So once we have it within a string format, as long as the structure allows us to convert it back into an object, then we're able to do so. If not, then you're going to throw an error when you're trying to do the conversion. So now that's our object. Once again, it's a usable object format. So it's important to understand this because this will allow us to make use of the string methods. So I'll just clear out the console, and when we click the button, we want to be able to store whatever value we've got with the input into the storage. So as the page loads, we're going to first do a check to see if the content is within the storage. So we'll invoke a function called init, and this can run whenever the page first loads. And this is where we can do a check to see if the content is contained within the local storage. So let's first, we'll get the value and accessing the local storage object. So this is tied to the browser, and the browser will have a local storage where you can set items. And in this case, we want to get the item, and the item that we're going to get is going to be, we'll just call it val. And then we'll console log out val. And in order to get it in a usable format, in case it's being stored as an object, we're going to break it apart and return that object detail. So using the value and then JSON parse in order to parse the content back into a usable format. And we're going to store it as an object with multiple properties and values. So that way we can retrieve that information. And then we'll console log out the temp value as well. So right now when we load, init returns back null because we don't have anything set within the local storage. So let's go ahead and we're going to set some content into the local storage. We'll do a condition here that if it's not null, is not equal to null. So that means that we do have a value there, and then we're going to update the output. Otherwise, there's nothing to update, or we can take the output and we can just update a value into it. So nothing is found, we're outputting nothing found. And if there is something found, then we'll update the value. So now let's set the value within the storage. We'll create an object that we'll call holder. And this is where we're going to add the content into. And this actually should be a global object. And we can access that by selecting. So first off, let's select the value from the input. And that's using the myInput element and just returning back the value. So that way we have it in a usable variable. Let's add it into the local storage under a value called val. So that's going to be the key in order to return back the value that's within the local storage. So we can set an item within local storage, set item, and the item key is going to be value, val, and then the value that we're storing. So right now we'll just store the val input, and then we'll update that to store it as an object. So right now it's just going to store it as a key. So type something in there, and next time we refresh it, and it's actually having trouble getting the content back out as a value because we're doing the parse, and this isn't as JSON as it's just a regular string value. So we're not able to actually do a parse on it, and that's where we're throwing an error when we're trying to parse an object or an item that's not an object. So right now it's not an object, and that's why we threw the error. So let's make a quick update to it, and instead of storing it as the value, we're going to take the value of holder and store the value of holder into the local storage. So take holder and maybe assign it as user, and then that can be the assigned value for the user. And holder, by default, we can set the value of status, and maybe this can have a value of ready for it. And then once we want to insert it, once we want to set the item, we'll go ahead and we'll set the item in the holder, and using the JSON stringify, we'll save a stringified version of it. I'll create a separate variable for it. So JSON stringify, and we'll stringify whatever we've got for the current value of holder. And this is the value that we're going to be assigning to the key within the local storage. So for now, we'll test that and then refresh it. And now we're being returned back an object where we've got a status of ready and a user of test. Let's update this. So we refresh. Now we've got a different user value. So what we want to do is we want to take the user value and output it onto the page. So for the output text content, we're going to be selecting the value of temp and outputting the user. So that outputs the user. So if we make some updates to it and refresh it, it's going to return and retrieve back that value. We can also output and update to the output within the output of the JavaScript. We'll use a JSON stringify to stringify the temp object, so you can see the contents of it. And we'll add to that existing text content. So that's all that's being contained right now within the local storage. So let's also do where when we update the button, so we'll update the content of the output area, and this will contain whatever we had for the value, and it's going to take the value of the holder and stringify that. So now that we update it and we refresh the page, those values are still going to all be the same. We can also set whatever we've got for the input value as well and populate that. So that can be another item that we can add into holder. So getting whatever we've got for the value, I'll just call it v, and that will also take the input value. And so when the page loads, we'll take whatever we've got for the temp and retrieve back that value. So right now we do have a value for v. So when we first loaded it, it came back undefined. So now it's storing that within the local storage, and we're outputting the full contents that are contained within the v. So that's how you can store content to local storage, as well as serialize arrays and objects so it's more readable and usable as strings.